first pitch. Tonight, one of baseball's greatest traditions is hosted by one of the game's most storied franchises, as the Midsummer Classic returns to Cincinnati for the first time since 1988. We began the pregame ceremonies with a very special tribute here at Great American Ballpark. This spring, fans across all of Major League Baseball voted for the most impactful players in their team's history, their franchise four. Here now, at this All-Star game, we reveal them for the first time.
The franchise four, American League. The Baltimore Orioles. Brooks Robinson. Cal Ripken Jr. Frank Robinson. Jim Palmer. The Boston Red Sox. Pedro Martinez. Ted Williams. Carl Yastrzemski. David Ortiz.
Ortiz into deep right field. We'll see him later tonight.
The Chicago White Sox. Paul Konerko. Frank Thomas.
Frank Thomas, way out of here.
Harold Baines. Minnie Minoso.
Holy cow, listen to the crowd.
The Cleveland Indians. Bob Feller. Jim Tomei. Tris Speaker. Omar Vizquel. The Detroit Tigers. Miguel Cabrera. Al Kaline. Hank Greenberg. Ty Cobb. The Houston Astros. Jeff Bagwell. Craig Biggio. Lance Berkman. Nolan Ryan. The Kansas City Royals. Frank White. Brett Saberhagen. Dan Quisenberry. George Brett. The Los Angeles Angels. Nolan Ryan. Tim Salmon.
Into deep left field.
Mike Trout. Vladimir Guerrero.
To the mile high and deep.
The Minnesota Twins. Harmon Killebrew. Kirby Puckett. Tony Oliva. Rod Carew. The New York Yankees. Joe DiMaggio. Babe Ruth. Lou Gehrig. Mickey Mantle. The Oakland Athletics. Reggie Jackson. Jimmy Fox. Dennis Eckersley. Ricky Henderson. The Seattle Mariners. Edgar Martinez. Ken Griffey Jr.
Incredible catch by the kid.
Ichiro Suzuki. Felix Hernandez. The Tampa Bay Rays. James Shields. David Price. Ben Zobrist. Evan Longoria.
That ball is gone.
The Texas Rangers. Michael Young. Ivan Rodriguez.
Out on a bullet by punch.
Adrian Beltre. Nolan Ryan. The Toronto Blue Jays. Roy Halladay. Roberto Alomar.
Roberto Alomar with a sensational play.
Carlos Delgado. Joe Carter.
The Blue Jays are World Series champions.
The franchise four, National League. The Arizona Diamondbacks. Randy Johnson. Paul Goldschmidt. Kurt Schilling. Luis Gonzalez.
Diamondbacks win. They're the world champions.
The Atlanta Braves. Greg Maddux. Chipper Jones.
High drive. It's a 5-hit game.
Warren Spahn. Hank Aaron.
There's a new home run champion of
Cubs, Billy Williams, Ryne Sandberg.
Do you believe it? It's gone!
Ron Santo, Ernie Banks.
Ernie Banks got number 500.
The Colorado Rockies, Todd Helton, Larry Walker, Troy Tulowitzki, Andres Galarraga.
Colorado Rockies on a Galarraga slam.
The Los Angeles Dodgers, Duke Snider, Jackie Robinson, Don Drysdale, Sandy Koufax. The Miami Marlins, Jeff Conine, Mike Lowell, Gary Sheffield, Giancarlo Stanton.
Absolutely crushed.
The Milwaukee Brewers, Cecil Cooper, Raleigh Fingers, Paul Molitor, Robin Yount. The New York Mets, David Wright, Mike Piazza, Keith Hernandez, Tom Seaver. The Philadelphia Phillies, Richie Ashburn, Steve Carlton,
300th career win, Steve Carlton.
Robin Roberts, Mike Schmidt. The Pittsburgh Pirates, Honus Wagner, Willie Stargell, Bill Mazeroski, Roberto Clemente.
What a magnificent performance. The great Roberto Clemente.
The St. Louis Cardinals, Lou Brock, Stan Musial, Rogers Hornsby, Bob Gibson. The San Diego Padres, Randy Jones, Trevor Hoffman,
79.
Dave Winfield, Tony Gwynn.
3,000 for Tony Gwynn.
The San Francisco Giants, Buster Posey, Barry Bonds. Willie McCovey, Willie Mays. The Washington Nationals, Andre Dawson, Tim Raines.
The National League batting champion has come back with a vengeance.
Vladimir Guerrero, Gary Carter.
Hey, a home run for Gary Carter.
Well, there is one team missing. And now for the hometown team, we go to a hometown guy from Anderson High School, our colleague at Fox Sports. Here's Cincinnati's own Tom Brenneman.
Joe, thank you very much. What a great tribute that was to the outstanding collection of players chosen to represent all the franchises around Major League Baseball. And Cincinnati, here we are. It's only fitting that we cap off the franchise 4 list with baseball's first franchise, baseball's oldest franchise, with our guys in our great, great city of Cincinnati, Ohio. Here are your Cincinnati Reds, franchise 4. This legendary catcher redefined his position with powerful offense at the plate and superb defense that shut down the opposition on the base pass. A 2-time National League most valuable player, and his 14 All-Star appearances tied for the most by any catcher in Major League history. Please welcome Johnny Bench. Our next honoree is widely regarded as one of the most complete players in baseball history, the quintessential five-tool player throughout his 19-year career. He was baseball's first 30-30 shortstop. Led the Reds to a wire-to-wire World Series title in 1990. A Cincinnati Moeller High School graduate. Please welcome Barry Larkin. Next, this player is one of the greatest second basemen in baseball history, exhibiting a combination of power and speed rarely matched. He won back-to-back National League Most Valuable Player awards in 1975 and 1976, and the driving force behind what became the Big Red Machine. Please welcome Hall of Famer Joe Morgan.
One final thank you. I know.
Last but not least, our next honoree inspired fans in Cincinnati and across the country. His all-out style of play and hustle. A three-time batting champion provided fans with one of the most iconic moments in baseball history when he collected hit number 4192 right here in his hometown from Western Hills High School in Cincinnati. Please welcome Pete Rose. Let's hear it one more time for your Cincinnati Reds, franchise forward, and all the players honored here tonight. And we thank the millions of fans across the country and around the globe for helping to select each team's franchise forward.
What a moment here in Cincinnati for Johnny Bench. And for Barry Larkin.
There are games.
And for Joe Morgan. And of course, Pete Rose, as they salute him here at Great American Ballpark. The greatest living legends across MLB coming up. Sox. Cincinnati hosts to the Major League Baseball All-Star Game for the 5th time. First, let's meet the American League All-Star team. The coaches from the Houston Astros, A.J. Hinch. And from the Seattle Mariners, Lloyd McClendon. And now the players. For the Baltimore Orioles, Manny Machado. Zach Britton. And Darren O'Day. From the Boston Red Sox, Brock Holt. From the Chicago White Sox, Chris Sale. From the Cleveland Indians, Jason Kipnis. From the Detroit Tigers, Jose Iglesias. David Price. And J.D. Martinez. From the Kansas City Royals, Mike Moustakas. Wade Davis. And Kelvin Herrera. From the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, Hector Santiago. From the Minnesota Twins, Brian Dozier. Glenn Perkins. From the New York Yankees, Brett Gardner. Mark Teixeira. And Dellin Betances. From the Oakland Athletics, Stephen Vogt. And Sonny Gray. From the Seattle Mariners, Felix Hernandez. From the Tampa Bay Rays, Chris Archer. And Brad Boxberger. From the Texas Rangers, Prince Fielder. From the Toronto Blue Jays, Russell Martin. Now let's meet the National League All-Star team. First, the coaches from your Cincinnati Reds, Brian Price. And from the Los Angeles Dodgers, Don Mattingly. And now the players. From the Arizona Diamondbacks, A.J. Pollock. From the Atlanta Braves, Shelby Miller. From the Chicago Cubs, Chris Bryant. From your Cincinnati Reds, Aroldis Chapman. From the Colorado Rockies, Troy Tulowitzki. And Nolan Arenado. From the Los Angeles Dodgers, Yasmani Grandal. Clayton Kershaw. And Adrian Gonzalez. From the Miami Marlins, D. Gordon. From the Milwaukee Brewers, Ryan Braun. Francisco Rodriguez. Now from the New York Mets, Jacob deGrom. From the Philadelphia Phillies, Jonathan Papelbon. From the Pittsburgh Pirates, A.J. Burnett. Mark Melancon. And Garrett Cole. From the St. Louis Cardinals, Yadier Molina. got the best smile of the night. Come on, give it to him. Matt Holliday. Carlos Martinez. Trevor Rosenthal. And Michael Wacha. From the San Diego Padres, Justin Upton. From the San Francisco Giants, Joe Panik. Brandon Crawford. And Madison Bumgarner. From the Washington Nationals, Max Scherzer. And now let's meet the American League manager in the starting lineup. The manager from the 2014 American League champion Kansas City Royals, Ned Yost. Leading off and playing center field from the Los Angeles Angels, Mike Trout. Batting second from the Toronto Blue Jays, third baseman Josh Donaldson. Batting third, the first baseman from the Los Angeles Angels, Albert Pujols. Batting fourth, the designated hitter from the Seattle Mariners, Nelson Cruz. Batting fifth and playing right field from the Kansas City Royals, Lorenzo Cain. Batting sixth and playing left field from the Baltimore Orioles, Adam Jones. Batting seventh, the catcher from the Kansas City Royals, out in the bullpen, Salvador Perez. Batting eighth and playing second base from the Houston Astros, Jose Altuve. Batting ninth, the shortstop from the Kansas City Royals, Alcides Escobar. And the starting pitcher warming up in the bullpen from the Houston Astros, Dallas Keuchel. And now let's meet the National League manager and starting lineup. The manager from the 2014 World Series champion San Francisco Giants, Bruce Bochy. Leading off, the center fielder from the Pittsburgh Pirates, Andrew McCutchen. Batting second and playing third base, and the home run derby champion, and from your Cincinnati Reds, Todd Frazier. Third, playing right field for the Washington Nationals, Bryce Harper. Batting cleanup and playing first base from the Arizona Diamondbacks, Paul Goldschmidt. Batting fifth, the catcher from the San Francisco Giants, Buster Posey. Batting sixth, the designated hitter from the Chicago Cubs, Anthony Rizzo. Batting seventh, the shortstop from the St. Louis Cardinals, Johnny Peralta. Batting eighth and playing left field from the Los Angeles Dodgers, Jock Peterson. Batting ninth and playing second base from the Colorado Rockies, DJ LeMahieu. And the starting pitcher warming up in the bullpen from the Los Angeles Dodgers, Zach Greinke. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2015 American League and National League All-Stars. Coming up, our national anthem. Even Albert got in on the fun with the Cardinals introduced here in Cincinnati. Sierra coming up after the break. Star pregame show on Fox. Worried about the weather all week long, but it is gorgeous here in Cincinnati. Humid, but right now the rain is staying away. And now to honor America with the singing of our national anthem, please welcome Grammy Award-winning singer, songwriter, and actress, Sierra.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the Rockies red glare, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
here in Cincinnati before this All-Star game as Major League Baseball reveals their greatest living legends. Next. All-Star pregame show on Fox. Back in Cincinnati, getting ready for first pitch of this 86th MLB All-Star game at Great American Ballpark. Ladies and gentlemen, a moment ago we saluted the franchise 4 nominees for your hometown Reds in every major league team. But now it's time to honor the ultimate franchise 4. These 4 men were selected by fans across all of Major League Baseball as baseball's greatest living players and stand among the very best the game has ever seen. And they are here with us tonight. Please welcome Hank Aaron, Johnny Bench, Sandy Koufax, and Willie Mays. Cincinnati, let's really hear you now. This outfielder slugged his way to the top of numerous all-time hitting records in his momentous 715th home run, provided an entire generation of fans with a memory they will never forget. His 25 All-Star Game selections are the most in baseball history. He's remained a true ambassador of the game long after his storied career came to an end. Please welcome the great Hank Aaron. Our next honoree provided the blueprint for the modern-day catcher while leading one of the greatest teams in history to consecutive World Series championships. He began his career as the youngest player ever to win the National League MVP and remained a dominant presence at the plate and behind it throughout his career. Once again, welcome to the center of the diamond, Johnny Bench. Although he last appeared on the mound nearly 50 years ago, this pitcher's brilliance on the mound remains unmatched even to this day. The left-hander possessed arguably the greatest curveball in baseball history, using it to toss 4 no-hitters in his career and win the pitcher's Triple Crown during 3 different seasons. Please welcome Sandy Koufax. Our final honoree is regarded by many as the finest all-around player the game has ever seen. His amazing catches have played on highlight reels for decades and earned him a record 12 Gold Glove awards, while his speed and power struck fear in opponents, whether he was at the plate or on the base paths. Please welcome Willie Mays. Well, it's time for the ceremonial first pitch, and we obviously already have a pitcher and a catcher out there. So, Sandy, it's your honor. Johnny, you have a glove. You're just going barehanded. Throw him a curveball, Koufax. Let's see it. There's a glove. Koufax to Bench. Thank you, Sandy. Thank you, Johnny. And on behalf of Major League Baseball, thank you to the millions of fans across the country for helping to select baseball's greatest living players. Fans, let's hear it one more time for these 4 icons of the game: Bench, Aaron, Koufax, and Mays. Take one of our final breaks before we set up this game and see the first pitch and play this 86th MLB All-Star game. It's already been fun in Cincinnati.
They are the jewels of baseball.
All-stars.
All-stars. The glory of their time.
At the plate.
On the mound.
Across the diamond.
In the warmth of July. In Cincinnati.
Behold the pageantry
of the American and National Leagues.
A celebration of the Midsummer Classic.
where professional baseball began.
In grand tradition,
A galaxy of greats
stand shoulder to shoulder. A tip of the cap.
a proud smile.
These chosen few showcase to America.
One night.
One night,
One game.
One game.
memories.
Memories that hold our hearts forever. Forever.
For those of us who love
This national pastime.
And for the major leaguers
Celebrated.
celebrated.
Celebrated as all-stars.
as all-stars.
We're holding on tonight.
The 2015 MLB All-Star Game on Fox, presented by T-Mobile, now giving you unlimited calls to Mexico and Canada at no extra charge. What a night it turns out to be. For this, the 86th Major League Baseball All-Star Game in Cincinnati, the best from the National League against the best from the American League. And now welcome inside the broadcast booth, everybody. I'm Joe Buck. Harold Reynolds, Tom Verducci are both coming up. Well, Cincinnati's already been a great host. Last night with a home run derby was ridiculous. They're still talking about it today as the hometown kid, Todd Frazier, went off in the final round really all night long and took the title. So let's just hope the game measures up to what we saw here last night. It'll be fun to see how these two managers play the rest of this game once you get past the starters, because when you look at the construction of the two pitching staffs, Ned Yost of the American League really built his from the back end forward. He's got setup relievers and closers, while Bruce Bochy from the National League side has more starters at his disposal. What we expect, a ton of great pitching dominated, but this is a small ballpark. And as I start over here to my left, we should see some offense, and we should see some from some of the young guys. I mean, we've got 20 players in this All-Star game, 25 years old or younger. I mean, these guys are here now and ready to go.
Well, listen, turns in the road take on many sizes. Sometimes it's so gradual you hardly notice. Other times it's so sharp you can see it coming. Tonight is one of those nights. Baseball turns a corner, and it turns to its young hitting stars. 25 and under, 6 of them in the starting lineup tonight. That's the first time it's happened in 50 years. And at the head of the parade of these young hitting stars, no question, 2 guys stand out. It's Mike Trout and Bryce Harper. Still so young, just 22 and 23 years old, but already combined to make 7 All-Star games. All-Star numbers, check that, got those again. But think about their career numbers. They are not phenoms anymore. These are established superstar players. We talk so much about what's next. This is about what's now. Young hitting in baseball. And Joe, after I say that, we'll probably get a pitcher's duel 1-0.
It's kind of the way it works in these All-Star games of late. We'll see in this smaller ballpark how it goes. Well, a guy who made a ballpark look small is a guy last night, Todd Frazier. And that was fun to watch the home run derby, and he did not disappoint.
Did he put on a show or what? Now, the new format, tremendous, and Todd made us stand up. What can you ask for? The hometown guy gets to the plate to end it. Hit 39 home runs, 15 in the last round to win it. But the thing to me that stands out about this whole week right now is baseball's back. And you look, it goes from a kid's game to the big league dream. I saw Todd Frazier playing the Little League World Series representing Toms River, New Jersey. And now here he is representing Cincinnati, Ohio, the National League and Major League Baseball, playing in the Midsummer Classic. I was always a fan growing up and wanted to be around All-Star games. I was fortunate to play in them. I'm excited for these guys tonight. And Joe, what a start we've had, looking at the legends and everything else. We're in for a great night, folks. Joe, back to you.
All right, it's already been fun in this city where professional baseball began way back in 1869. They called them the Redlegs. Now it's the Reds, but we take a look at the American League starting lineup, and they started with Mike Trout. The kid, he's won 1 MVP. If not for a guy named Miguel Cabrera, he could have won 3 by now. Then Josh Donaldson from Toronto. Albert Pujols, it's been a revival The DH, Nelson Cruz, Lorenzo Cain in right. Adam Jones in left. Salvador Perez from the Royals, still young. Jose Altuve, all 5'6" of him, batting 8th. And Alcides Escobar is the shortstop, batting 9th. And guys, this right-hander is on a roll. Zach Greinke, 35 2/3 consecutive scoreless innings. The ERA, the 4th lowest at the All-Star game since World War II. And he's got an opt-out at the end of this year. This is coming at a good time.
That ERA you see there, that's the lowest since the mound was lowered in '69.
With the first 3-run home run tonight, T-Mobile will give 10,000 lucky fans $500 toward travel to Mexico and Canada. Why? Because their Simple Choice plan now includes 3 countries at no extra charge. Tweet who will hit it with hashtag 3-for-1 home run and hashtag sweepstakes to enter. The defense. This will change all night long. Peterson is in left. McCutchen in center. Harper in right. With Todd Frazier, Johnny Peralta, DJ LeMahieu, and Paul Goldschmidt on the infield. Third to first, Buster Posey does the catching. And right in the center of it all, number 1 in the National League with that ERA of 1.39, Zach Greinke. Off we go in Cincinnati. Strike 1.
You know what's amazing about Zach Greinke is the location. And watching him be able to hit his spots is one of the reasons, Tom, he is off to such a terrific start. It's almost like hold the glove a spot, he's going to hit it.
Well, I'll tell you, he's got 5 different pitches, all thrown from the same release point. I say he's harder to read than Dostoevsky.
Here's an 0-2 pitch. Outside.
Harold's going back in his mind saying, did I face Dostoevsky in the Pacific Coast League?
I'm telling you.
Greinke's ready with a 1-2 pitch. That's into right field. Pretty well hit. Back at the wall and gone. A home run from Mike Trout. And in this ballpark where the baseball flies, Trout all smiles. AL leads 1-0 here with 1 batter in this All-Star game.
I'll tell you what, electric, wasn't it? Watch this swing. It's a ball down and away, and he just stays with it. Now, having played in that Angels-Dodgers rivalry, he has seen Zach Greinke before, but you get Mike Trout, anything down and away. Look at him stay with this ball. What a pretty swing. This is a line drive. And, Joe, you said in this ballpark, the ball's going to jump. And that's just one indication of what we might be in for tonight.
That's the first leadoff home run in an All-Star game since Bo Jackson went deep to center out in San Francisco in 1989, and now a bat launch.
No, we've had Bo Jackson, and remember when Tommy Lasorda was ducking bats in Seattle?
That's right.
That's what that reminded me of.
How do you like this leg kick by Donaldson?
Boy, that is, I'm in an All-Star game, and I'm trying to go bridge. I am trying to leave. Got the high leg kick and the hard swing on a ball away. He didn't catch up to it.
Zach Greinke still trying to figure out what hit him. His last 5 starts, of course, no home runs, no runs allowed. There's your wake-up call.
So with a run home and nobody out, a 1-1. Donaldson lucky to hang on to the bat there. That 89 home run by Bo was in Anaheim, and people were still talking about it when that thing was launched into dead center field. Years after, it's still a great highlight in the history of this Midsummer Classic. That's low. And the count evens 2-2.
I remember that off of Rick Russell, and that was when everybody was like, okay, what can Bo do on the grand stage? And smoked one to right center field in Anaheim. The ball didn't carry that well.
That is just down. Greinke thought he had out number 1.
I gotta think I did too. Man, that looked good.
Yeah, watch Buster Posey here. He's going to try to frame this ball and pull it up. It's a little below the knees. You see the glove come up. He told me before the game, he said to Zach Greinke, don't get mad at me if I don't frame it the right way, the way you like it.
And now a walk. A home run, a walk, and we'll go back to Mike Trout, who's playing in his 4th All-Star game.
Yeah, Zach wanted that ball farther down. Watch this ball stay too far up. Posey's glove comes up to the pitch. And the man who hits more line drives than anybody in baseball gets another one out of the park.
He was the MVP of last year's All-Star game. Rookie of the Year back in 2012. And they're finishing behind Miguel Cabrera. The MVP voting the first 2 years he won it last year. Now his teammate Albert Pujols, who has found the fountain of youth somewhere out in Anaheim. Ball one down and away. He looks like the old Albert, and that's a good thing.
Well, no doubt about it. I think the big adjustment Albert has done this summer is the home runs. He's pulling them. When he gets in a ballpark in Anaheim or Oakland or Seattle, those big ballparks out west, it's hard to hit that ball out of the opposite way. He's got on top of the plate. He's pulling everything. And the power has come back.
Yeah, he's got his legs underneath him. You'll see when he takes his stance. Much more of a bend in his knees. Him, and to me, Pujols and Posey, you see right there, the two guys who use their lower halves better than any hitter in the big leagues. And the last couple of years, he just didn't have his legs underneath him.
Had a great month of June, and he's tied up down and in. That strike two. Albert Pujols in his 10th All-Star game as there's the swing and miss for strike two. And it's his first time as an All-Star since signing that big 10-year, $240 million deal with the Angels. Three-time MVP. This has been some work already for Zach Greinke.
Yeah, but the thing about Zach right now, you saw that pitch right there. He's looking for a ground ball, maybe get a double play. You know, that's what he does to minimize innings and be able to keep himself in the game, get out of jams. He can pitch. He doesn't need to rely on a strikeout. He'll get a double play ball if he needs it.
Still 2-2. Home plate umpire tonight, Tim Welke. Jerry Meals is at first. Paul Schreiber at second. Ron Kolpa is at third. James Hoy is in left. Alan Porter in right. And the replay umpire is Brian Gorman.
Steady diet of off speed right here. He doubled up on changeups. Yes, he throws a changeup at 90. And the slider right there. Again, trying to get Albert out front to get a ground ball.
There's strike three. Put away.
Well, he didn't get that pitch on Donaldson. And reason Zach Greinke will get pitches, look how far Posey's set up outside. This ball's going to be over the plate, but it's the same level down low like the Donaldson pitch that he took, right? But when you're there consistently, eventually you're going to get that call. And that's what he does. He stays in the spot. He's going to just keep jabbing, jabbing, jabbing. I'm going to throw it till you call it. And he got the call.
And now Nelson Cruz, first year in Seattle, his fourth All-Star game. He got off to a great start in Seattle. The Mariners still waiting for it to kick in. Been a rough year for Robinson Cano, their second baseman, battling a stomach issue. And Seattle comes to the break 7 games under 500, but only 7.5 out in the West. Ball one.
Yeah, all the races, Joe, are very interesting. With that second wild card, teams are still in it. Even Seattle. As much as they've struggled, they haven't got it together yet. And you think with their pitching staff that they would, but there's a lot of clubs still hanging around, even though it might seem like you're not at the top of the heap, so to speak.
Strike two.
Tom, you like second wild card?
I do. I love it. It's kept so many teams in the race, and I think it adds to the intrigue at the trading deadline. It's a seller's market right now. Watching Zach Greinke here, it's almost like watching him work as a closer. We've seen him get up to 95 miles an hour with the fastball. His regular cruising speed, 92.
And he gets back-to-back strikeouts. Got Pujols looking, gets Cruz swinging. 2 down. Here is our Fantastic Four leaderboard. Look at the baseball leaders. Cabrera injured, Stanton injured. Kershaw leading in strikeouts, Greinke leading in ERA. Fantastic Four in theaters August 7th. Another note about the American League. Every team in the AL has at least 40 wins, and only one team has as many as 50. And that's Kansas City, represented here by Lorenzo Cain, strike one.
It's pretty amazing.
Talk about parity. Really, it's wide open in the second half. That's the case in the AL.
Well, I'm sure Commissioner Selig's sitting back today watching, retired and enjoying that because he wanted parity in the game. They've got it.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Lorenzo Cain and the Royals from last year. Great example to follow. They were 50-50 after 100 games. Wound up with the tying run on third base, Game 7 of the World Series.
Little pop-up. Behind the second base position, LeMahieu struggled a bit, puts it away. The game started with a home run, opposite field shot. Mike Trout, 1-0 AL on top. By T-Mobile, switch to the Data Strong network. Here's the lineup for the National League. Andrew McCutchen will lead it off. Todd Frazier will get another big round of applause. And Bryce Harper, Paul Goldschmidt, Buster Posey, the DH Anthony Rizzo, Johnny Peralta, the shortstop Jock Peterson, and DJ LeMahieu against Dallas Keuchel. And off we go. 1-0 AL. After telling us that he was going to throw it as hard as he possibly could for his first pitch of the All-Star game, 89 miles per hour. As we give you a look at Dallas Keuchel and his numbers, he gets a pop-up right side, easy for Albert Pujols. That's one away. That was our pitcher profile, brought to you by Ford. And at the ripe old age of 27, as Todd Frazier digs in, he is the elder statesman with the Houston Astros. Here's Frazier.
Everything he swings at, you're thinking homer. But I love the approach. Take the ball the opposite way off Keuchel. So many guys try to pull him, and you get yourself in trouble.
I'm laughing because Dallas told us he may throw 93 or 94.
Had him out in front, a couple of hops to Donaldson, 2 up.
But I think getting a run before he throws a pitch settled him down. He was not as amped up as he thought, but what he did right there to Frazier, that's his stock in trade. Nobody commands the ball down and away to righties and lefties like Dallas Keuchel.
Now to be Bryce Harper, and if there is a left-handed batter that handles left-handed pitching better than Harper, combined with the youth, just a kid. Look at these numbers. As I said, he handles lefties, and this really is his breakout year. Despite all the hype the first few years, this is it.
No doubt about it. And you're right, Joe. Hitting the ball the other way off a left-hander, just getting those reads. The batting average is high. The power's there. He's putting it all together.
Here's a 1-0 pitch from Keuchel. Fooled there, a ball and a strike. Bryce Harper in his 3rd All-Star game. 2012 Rookie of the Year. He was a teenager when he first went to the Midsummer Classic back in that 2012 season. That's inside ball 2.
Yeah, the difference is he's so much calmer now. He's let the game come to him. He's not running around crazy expecting things to happen. He's making them happen.
And he's healthy.
Yes.
Most home runs before an All-Star break at the age of 23 or younger. Harper is not even 23 yet, and he's on the list. All-Star game dates back to 1933.
I wonder if Dallas Keuchel is digging those kicks right there. Apparel design major at Arkansas.
It's ball 3.
You know, I love the in-game adjustments he makes too. I watched him move up in the box just now towards the pitcher, and here he is in an All-Star game facing the guy making an adjustment, and with 2 strikes he moves further towards the pitcher. He dug in with the pretty shoes deeper in the box, and then he moves up when he got down the count.
To the left side, this is going to be close. Tough play, and got him. What a play by Donaldson. He was over to his left playing Harper to pull and had to make the play to his right, and Donaldson really helped out Keuchel, who had a 1-2-3 first after 1, and Cincinnati won zip AL. Cincinnati brought to you by DirecTV. If you call yourself a sports fan, you got to get DirecTV. Call 1-800-DirecTV. How hard is it to score off Zach Greinke? Well, if we were in the regular season, that home run by Mike Trout would have broken up a streak, as I mentioned, of 35 2/3 innings scoreless straight. And you see the names he's on a list with the lowest ERA at the All-Star break, with a minimum of 100 innings pitched. I mean, names like Tiant, Gibson, now Greinke's on there. 1.39.
When I started looking, 1968, they lowered the mound after 68?
That's right.
Bob Gibson. It was all his fault. He was too good for baseball.
On that list, and then ended the year at 1.12. That's a strike. The count evens at a ball and a strike, and the guy who is now in 8th place on the Orioles all-time home run list, Adam Jones. There's that streak. Ball 2.
You know, Tom, you alluded to it. Zach Greinke's throwing harder tonight than we watched him a week ago in the Dodger game in the regular season.
Well, of course, the difference is, as you see Garrett Cole up in the bullpen, he's only going 2 innings tonight. So it is kind of a closer's mindset.
And a little adrenaline in the All-Star game doesn't hurt either.
2-2.
Boy, just pristine mechanics. Repeats his delivery, and again, everything. Here's the changeup. Everything thrown from the same release point. Makes it so difficult for the hitter to read his pitches.
Here comes a 2-2 pitch to Jones. Got him on a pitch down and in, and that's now 3 strikeouts for Zach.
I mean, you almost have to look at the velocity to figure out what the pitch was. Right here, this is 88 miles an hour, a nice little sinker down and in. Look at the split grip, little changeup. Yeah. Here it comes back at you, run back in on Adam Jones. But I love how it holds the plane until it gets to the plate. What I mean by that, it's right there. Now it starts to dip when the hitter makes his decision to swing. That makes it very difficult to read. Not only the arm slot with fastball changeup, but the location.
Well, 1 outside to Salvador Perez, the young, terrific catcher for the Royals. 3rd All-Star game for Salvador, Venezuelan born. Tom, you think the Royals made a good deal when, after a month and a half, they signed Salvador Perez to a 5-year, $7 million deal?
Ouch.
And how much does this guy love to catch, huh? Last year, more than 160 games in the course of the regular and postseason.
You said 70 million, right?
No, 7.
7.
Wow.
It's a steal of a deal. He catches every day. At the end of the season, he went to Japan to play on the All-Star Tour.
2-2. Saw Ned Yost in the corner of the dugout. He and his staff really put a lot of work in to figure out this roster. And as we said at the beginning, he has got a lot of setup relievers and closers available after he gets through the starters. He wants guys coming out of the bullpen in game that are used to it. 2-2.
I mean, that's not easy to do, too. He's got a lot of players here, and he's got to basically script the whole thing out. Because both managers really do, obviously, job number 1, win the game. But job 1A, get the players in the game. They think these guys being named to an all-star team, not enough. Have to get them in the game.
Yeah, I was there. I was an alternate on both the all-star games I played in. I wanted to play. You know, it's nice to go and stand on the line, tip your cap, and thank your family. Oh, it's great, Mom, hi. But I want to play. And I think every player has that hope and that wish. You get to this level, you want to play in the All-Star game.
With 1 out, nobody on after a strikeout. It's a full count on Salvador Perez with Jose Altuve next.
You know, Joe, the other thing that was interesting, though, is Ned said, hey, in his meeting with the team, at this time last year, we were 7 games back, the Royals, his club. This means something to everybody in the locker room. I thought that was pretty cool.
They ended up obviously winning the American League, having home field advantage in the World Series. They just got Bumgarner.
Yeah, they do. Just caught that. They ran it to the mad bum. I mean, buzzsaw.
Is he closing tonight, by the way? No, I don't think so.
There was a report, and Bruce Bochy actually confirmed it, that Madison said, either I'm starting or I'm closing. That's not the case. Struck him out on a 9-pitch at bat at 95.
I mean, wow.
Impressive from Zach Greinke. It's an all-star tradition for Chevy to award the MVP with a new vehicle. What would you pick? The Chevy Silverado Midnight Edition or the all-new Camaro? Make your pick now at ChevyBaseball.com. Here's Jose Altuve. Third all-star game for Jose. Just popping that mitt. Buster Posey is Zach Greinke. Zach was even quoted as saying he was rooting for the Giants last year during the World Series because he sees the Giants a lot and he likes those guys. Here's one right side. Nice play, LeMahieu. And the defense helps out Zach Greinke here in the second. Bottom half will roll in. A home run by Trout. The only run so far of the night. Goldschmidt, Posey, Rizzo coming up for the NL. Down one. Good play, DJ. Here in this great city. It's a prototype for the Brooklyn Bridge. And by the way, if the Yankees keep it up, maybe Brooke will get to see them play in the World Series. The Yankees go to the break here in first place in the AL East, leading by 3.5 over the Rays, as Goldschmidt, who is big at 6'3", 225, but is a tremendous athlete in putting together huge numbers here at the start of his career, has a 1-1 count and takes ball 2.
Best overlooked superstar in the game. You look at his numbers, his consistency. I know last year he was hit by a pitch, broke his hand, and missed the tail end of the season. But, man, this guy is a player.
A strike over the outside corner, 2-2, as Garrett Cole will come in next. Zach Greinke, 4 strikeouts, the first to strike out 4 in an All-Star game since Pedro Martinez. That emotional night at Fenway Park in '99. As Goldschmidt stays alive, that was the last real public salute for Ted Williams. The first National League pitcher with 4 or more strikeouts in an All-Star game since Lee Arthur Smith in 1987. Wow. But he gave up a run to the first batter of the game, Mike Trout, with an opposite field home run.
99 was when Pedro did his Carl Huddle impersonation, mowing down MVPs in a row.
Left side, Goldschmidt can really run, and safe as the throw just does stay in play. And with good base running, down to second he goes with nobody out.
And did you see Albert Pujols? You would think in an All-Star game a guy's not going to deke a guy. This is going to be a tough play. It's probably going to be a base hit anyway. Watch Albert at the tail end of it. He's going to act like he's catching it. Try to freeze Goldschmidt, and then he sees it and reacts.
You're absolutely right, Joe. Goldschmidt runs so well. Donaldson knows that. A little bit of haste creates an extra 90 feet.
Now watch Albert with the, I got it. Trying to freeze that runner from advancing to second. Didn't work.
It's a base hit, the first of the night for the National League. Then the error by Donaldson, who's got 10 in the first half with the Blue Jays, and now Buster Posey. And if there is one guy who represents what a winner looks like in the game today, in my opinion, it's this guy standing at the plate. All he does is win. He advances the runner over to third, the tying run, as Escobar gooses it over to first. 1 out.
That's winning baseball, and that's the Giants' way. 3 championships in 5 years, and this guy's been the centerpiece. You know, we're so searching so hard to find who's the face of baseball. I think it's great when you have a conversation that throws in 10 or 12 players, and you don't know. I think Buster's got to be right at the top.
I agree, and I think Ned Yost here playing aggressively. The ground ball pitcher on the mound who induces soft contact. Bring the infield in.
He knows if he can get to that bullpen, the recipe's set up.
So the infield is in. Keuchel on the mound. Anthony Rizzo at the plate. He handles lefties well as well. Just another note on Buster Posey. 2010 Rookie of the Year, the MVP in 2012, and the only catcher in baseball history to win 2 or more World Series, an MVP, and a batting title in his career already. Rizzo, strike 1.
He's 28 years old. He doesn't have a trophy room. He's got a trophy wing. My goodness.
You think about 28 years old. That's how old Jackie Robinson was when he broke in as a Rookie of the Year. So we've gotten spoiled with these young players.
Rizzo tied up, strike 2.
28, you're just figuring it out. Buster's getting ready to go on another great run for another 5-6 years.
And here's where Anthony Rizzo goes in 2-strike mode. Gets rid of the leg kick, shortens up on the bat, really takes his legs out of the swing entirely. Tries to put it in play.
2-time All-Star Rizzo spits on that pitch down and in, 2-2.
I just marvel at how close he stands to the plate. I know he's got an open stance, but if you look at his hands, they're basically hanging over the plate. He's daring you to pitch him in.
Good play by Perez to save a wild pitch, ball 3. There's Rob Manfred, commissioner of baseball in his first year. After so many great things that Bud Selig was able to accomplish, Rob Manfred off to a fantastic start. As Rizzo reaches out, grounds out, 2 down, and Goldschmidt still at third.
Well, you see the footwork of Albert Pujols, talking about him a lot here. I think we forget about his defense so often. Now, this is a ball a lot of first basemen will look to third, but watch him field this ball and touch the base without looking at the bag. I love this. He's going to field it, doesn't even look. He knows where it's at. He's been out there that long, and then that allows him to keep his eyes on the base runner and still get the out at first base.
Well, now Johnny Peralta looking for a 2-out hit. Ball one outside. Johnny Peralta in his second year with the Cardinals. Second year of a 4-year, $53 million deal. GM John Mozeliak got a lot of grief for signing him to that deal, and all Peralta's done is deliver. Here's one into right, shallow right, and this game's tied. Right now, Johnny Peralta is in the MVP conversation in the National League with stuff like that.
He's been incredible for the Cardinals, and he's hitting in the middle of that order, and he's coming up with big hits. And was that a line drive? No. But he's facing the guy that everybody's been not able to put the ball in play on. This hung a long time. I thought Lorenzo Cain might come get it. But you're absolutely right, Joe. I mean, he has put the Cardinals in a position to be at the top of the heap like they've been playing because of his offensive ability.
And one of the few balls Dallas Keuchel got up in the strike zone after 5 consecutive ground balls.
Now Jock Peterson. This one gets away, and Peralta will head to second as the go-ahead run, 2 out.
Now again, commanding down and away this time. See the spin on the baseball. Now, I talked to Buster Posey about the difficulty of catchers in an all-star game. He said last year he had to catch Aroldis Chapman for the first time in an all-star game, throwing 103 miles an hour. Adjustments for hitters and catchers.
Jock Peterson was #1 among the player votes for a non-starting outfielder. He's the first Dodger rookie all-star since Hideo Nomo in 1995. He was the MVP last year in the PCL, and the Dodgers basically traded away Matt Kemp to give this guy a shot, and he's popped 20 home runs for a first-place club. Like a knothole gang member. Garrett Cole's watching the game through a hole in that screen.
This is what's interesting with starting pitchers in the bullpen. They're on routines, right? Before they go into a game, they get their running, their throwing, and then they go right to a ball game. They don't warm up out there and stand around like he's doing right now. That's the difference in an all-star game you're going to run into.
Peterson went around, and the strikeout ends the inning, but the National League has tied it on a 2-out hit by Johnny Peralta. 1-1 after a couple. And when we come back, we'll see Mike Trout. He's already homered tonight. He's due up second for the AL. Back after this from your local Fox station. franchise for Satchel Paige, Josh Gibson, Cole Papa Bell, Buck O'Neil. Paige, a legendary pitcher, reached the major leagues with the Indians at age 42. Pitched in the 48 World Series. Gibson, widely regarded as the greatest power hitter in the history of the Negro Leagues. Bell, a switch-hitting outfielder, electrifying speed, and Buck O'Neil, a first baseman, manager primarily with the Kansas City Monarchs in his later years, one of the foremost ambassadors for all of baseball. And I know I speak on behalf of the two of you. One of the sweetest gentlemen that any one of the three of us has ever met in or out of the game.
But Buck would say, What about Oscar Charlton? Oscar Charlton was the next Willie Mays. What about Buck Leonard?
He was phenomenal. Here's Garrett Cole representing the Pittsburgh Pirates. And our pitcher profile is brought to you by Ford, as Felix Hernandez will take over next for the AL. 1-1 game. First pitch is a ball, now another. 2-0 on Alcides Escobar, who's hitting .290.
Garrett Cole representing the Pirates, and pure power. Average fastball velocity 96.
Leading the league with his 13 wins.
Tell you what, the Royals took a lot of grief during the voting process, right? But if you look at their players, they're having good seasons. They really are.
As late as June 15th, the voting showed 8 Royals and Mike Trout lined up to start the All-Star game for the American League. It was balanced out the rest of the way as the count evens 2-2. At the end of the process, 7 Kansas City Royals, which includes the injured Alex Gordon, out with a tear in his groin, out 2 months. Here's a 2-2. Full count.
That's all pure hardball right here. 5 fastballs in a row and 1 more coming up.
Got under it. Shallow center. Long run for McCutchen. He's there. 1 out. Let's go back to the first at bat for Mike Trout. Our StatCast powered by Amazon Web Services.
I wanted to swing first pitch so bad. I looked at it. I don't know why. Fastball right down the middle.
He pulled the trigger at the right time.
I know why he didn't swing first pitch. He never does. He's had 2 hits all year on first pitches. Actually went through his entire minor league career never swinging at the first pitch. I guess he's that good.
Here's the 0-1 from Cole. Just pumping it home at 95, strike 2.
Yeah, it's a tough customer to sit there and take pitches off him. Now, first pitch was a slider in this at-bat, and the next pitch, the fastball. But Garrett Cole, man, filthy. Good luck, Mike.
First time All-Star brings it upstairs at 97. Number 1 pick overall in 2011. 2 out, filthy.
The Pirates have an ace, folks. His name's Garrett Cole.
Let's go down to another ace who started tonight with Kenny Rosenthal.
Thanks, Joe. Dallas, you told us yesterday you would be really amped up for this start. So what was it like out there?
Everything I thought I was going to be and more. I was super amped. I thought I was maybe going to throw up there. I was, outside of the World Series, it's the best competition in baseball. You get the best players in the world together for one game, and I'm just thankful to be a part of it.
Now, after you warmed up, you came in and you saw the greatest living players introduced. Were you able to appreciate that?
What an experience just to see those guys come out in the field. They're a little older than us, but we all know who they are, and they are the greatest living players. What a humbling experience, and just to be on the same field as them is truly humbling.
Dallas, thanks very much. Joe, back to you.
Yeah, just a really smart, talented kid is Dallas Keuchel from Tulsa, Oklahoma, still lives there. And as Tom said, when he was out on the mound, an apparel studies major, He'd be designing athletic clothes if he wasn't a pitcher, but he is a pitcher and a good one for the Astros. That is right down the middle, strike 2.
Here's Josh Donaldson, all-star game thinking, man, he's looking for something off speed. Here comes that heater, Tom, right down the middle.
That's the four-seam fastball, and Josh was saying to himself after this, I can't believe I didn't pull the trigger.
2-2. Donaldson in his second All-Star game in his first year with Toronto was stunned, and by his own admission, heartbroken that he was traded away by the Oakland A's. Former catcher in the Cubs organization. Real gritty player. Full count.
Well, I look at Donaldson, I look at Dallas Keuchel, and we talk about guys being in an all-star game. It's also a lot of work. You talked about a catcher, and now going to be an all-star third baseman. That's a lot of ground balls. That's a lot of great adjustments. Keuchel being able to come back and be the pitcher he is over the 2 years, what he's learned.
Hands out a 2-out walk. He's walked 2 times. That's Donaldson. First walk now by Cole, and there's Felix Hernandez getting set to go.
Now, this should be an interesting matchup. Albert Pujols, still at his age, one of the best high fastball hitters there is in all of baseball. Of course, that is the strength of Garrett Cole.
You know what's cool about having Albert in the game? We've so far removed now to young players that you don't have guys that grew up watching on TV playing. And this guy here, they grew up watching Albert. This generation of players, they watched him put up the numbers, do the things he's done already, and to have him in the game, I think it's important for baseball. I think it's cool for the guys that are playing against him to see a guy you grew up playing and watching on TV.
That's on a line into center and right at McCutchen. Scoreless frame put up by Garrett Cole. A loud final out hit by Albert Pujols, who's coming up for the National League. It will be LeMahieu, McCutchen, and the hometown guy, Todd Frazier, for the NL. Bottom of the third, tied at 1.
Frazier, one cool all-star. After winning the Little League World Series, he stood next to Derek Jeter. Years later, he would play in an all-star game with Derek Jeter. He can belt out Sinatra songs on request. He's hit a home run with no hands and saved a man's life using both hands. Last night, he electrified the crowd, crushing home runs. What will he do tonight?
He is due up third in this third inning. Game tied 1-1. First up will be DJ LeMahieu, then Andrew McCutchen, then Todd. Here's Felix Hernandez. So you go from Dallas Keuchel to a right-hander. He's in his 6th All-Star game. 29 years old, in his 11th year. He's won 136 games in the big leagues. It includes a perfect game back in 2012. He's number 2 all-time on the Mariners wins list. And he's a workhorse, Harold. 200-plus innings pitched in each of his last 7 seasons.
He's special. So is this guy right here, Madison Bumgarner. What I like about Felix, he's going to give you a little bit of flair, too. You're going to see spin around, watch him spin, take it back to the hitter, deliver a pitch.
LeMahieu lines one into center, and the Colorado Rockies second baseman is the first out here in the third inning.
You know, Tom, I asked Felix a few years ago, I said, what is your best pitch? And he said, all 5. Yeah. What? He said, all 5. I can throw them for a strike anytime I need to.
Well, to borrow from Todd Frazier, that would have been like asking Sinatra what his favorite song was. I mean, so many to choose from. I think it's his changeup, the power changeup. There's the curveball.
Sinatra also from New Jersey, Hoboken. Frazier, the Jersey kid. And if you talk to the Reds and their management, one of the best teammates they've had here in a long time. They just love him.
Doubled up on the changeup. I mean, on the curveball there, just to give you an idea, he's thrown 351 curveballs and has allowed 5 singles the whole year. It's crazy.
McCutchen waits and now takes ball 1.
You notice the stars on the jerseys. You'll see it on the back and also down tucked in the shirt. It's a new little added touch for the All-Star games that you've appeared in. They put stars there representing them. Go back and ask for another one. I want Felix's jersey. See it when he spins around. See those right there? Not 2 for you.
Just balancing it out. There's out number 2. Before Todd Frazier comes up, we'll remind you tonight's telecast is presented by T-Mobile and sponsored by Chevrolet. Find new roads. Here's Frazier. There's speculation, Tom Verducci, that they call him the Todd father around here, the Jersey kid, that this is a guy that could potentially be on the trade block.
Ooh. Yeah, I'm not buying it. Too valuable to this Reds franchise.
Yeah, there'd be a revolt around here, especially after last night. They love him. After 3, tied at 1, Cincinnati. collectibles, and more. Get your 2015 All-Star Game gear at the MLB.com shop. New pitcher is Madison Bumgarner. If you watch the postseason in 2014 for about 6 seconds, you saw plenty of this left-hander for the San Francisco Giants. He threw an organization on his back and on that left shoulder and arm and carried them to another championship. One away, one pitch, one out as Nelson Cruz flies to right.
Here, Bryce Harper out there by himself calling, I got it, I got it.
Here's that curveball we talked about from Felix. Kutch saw 3 of them. The last one, the nastiest of all. And here you can see the tumbling action. What a shot. Batter's hitting .082 against that curveball this year. You can see why. Wow.
You know how important this game is to people? Watch Albert come over and hand him the ball and say, hey, congratulations. You think Felix didn't want an all-star ball? Kept it.
And a perfect 1 inning. Here's a ground ball by Kane up the middle, base hit. And Lorenzo Cain, who saw plenty of Madison Bumgarner during this last World Series, is on with 1 out here in the 4th inning.
Why did you do that last year in Game 7?
Last year in the postseason, Bumgarner just dominated through over 50 innings and had a 4-1 record, 1 save, an ERA just over 1, struck out 45, walked 6, and opponents hit 153 against him.
Incredible.
That's down for ball 1 to Adam Jones.
You know, you were talking about Joe Lorenzo Cain that saw a lot of that last year. Rusty Coates, the first base coach, he got over there and he's like, I wasn't taking it this time. I'm telling you, I wasn't taking that first pitch this time.
Cain jumped on it, grounded it up the middle for base hit.
Lorenzo Cain, an amazing story here at the All-Star game. Didn't play baseball until he was 16 years old. Got cut from the basketball team. His mom wouldn't let him play football. He walked into the JV coach's office, knew nothing about baseball, and said, I'd like to try out. Didn't even have a glove.
Adam Jones trying to unload on 2-0. Now 2-1.
And they stuck him at third base, by the way, Lorenzo Cain. And he didn't have a cup either, which is how he wound up in the outfield.
In a hurry.
He's a tremendous athlete, as is the guy at the plate, Adam Jones, who has really become a leader over the past couple of years in Baltimore. The Orioles team put together a nice stretch, then backed off a bit before the break. They're only 4 out in the AL East.
Yeah, I've enjoyed watching the growth of Adam Jones. You know, he was a Mariner draft pick, got traded over. David Price having a good time in the bullpen.
That's into right. Coming in into his left is Bryce Harper. 2-0. Right now on Fox Sports Facebook page and foxsports.com, you can watch an exclusive interview with Ken Rosenthal and Pete Rose from immediately after his emotional moment on the field before the game tonight. With that, here's the matchup that ended the World Series. Bumgarner on the mound and Salvador Perez at the plate, fouling out to the departed Pablo Sandoval, who's now with Boston.
Unforgettable. Bumgarner here shaking here, kept pounding high fastballs to Perez. Game 7.
He went right back at it. Why not? And Salvador, I think he might go up there again.
Here's specifically what Bumgarner did in that World Series, an ERA of 1/4 of a run.
We'll never see it again. You think about the performance. And it's not even just the performance, how great it was, but it's the fact he came out of the bullpen in this day and age with pitch counts, and it was October, and you'd think somebody's going to let their ace do that again.
I don't think so.
275 innings last year for Bumgarner, and his velocity is higher this year. Amazing pitcher.
Good pitch down and in. He's got that long arm action. Longer than anybody in the game.
And this slider and the way he can add and subtract off that breaking ball is what has brought Bumgarner to a whole new level.
Here's a 2-1. Inside, ball 3 with Altuve next.
I love the grunt. How about the sound that we're getting? The ball popping, you hear the grunt from Bumgarner. Candle's getting a pretty good read there. Let's see if he runs here 3-1.
Stays put on strike 2.
Might have got one there. This is almost an unintentional intentional loss. This ball's outside, doesn't get back. You got the call.
Runner goes, and we'll do it again. Kind of a weird start for Lorenzo Cain over at first.
Yeah, I was looking at
sure there were 2 outs.
Even with Goldsmith playing behind him, he's just making sure he wasn't coming over. That's how nasty Bumgarner's motion is.
Side foul ball. Here is the flashback. Game 7. Tying run at third base. Sandoval squeezes it, and it's another Buster hug. Whether it's a no-hitter or the end of a World Series, Posey known for his hugs in the Bay Area.
Time. Pretty special series, man. Go 7 games. It was awesome.
Runner will go again. They'll have to come on back.
What an impressive at bat right here by Perez. I said last year that at bat game 7, all high fastballs. 3-2, he's fouled off a curveball, the fastball on his hands, and right there the slider.
Well, a little different in July than it is in October. Perez a little more bat speed. Bumgarner got a little more touch on everything else.
That gets away. Over to third goes Lorenzo Cain, and safe at first is Perez. And a swing by Salvador Perez. The ball gets away from Posey, and it's first and third, 2 out.
He went back to that cutter slider, and watch this ball doesn't hop up to Posey. It'll stay down, go underneath the glove. He's expecting that ball to bounce up. Soft dirt around the plate. Ball stays down, and he continues.
To strikeout wild pitch, and the AL is alive here in the top of the 4th.
So much sound out there, you thought maybe it was foul tip.
Here's Altuve. Strike 1. Nobody has more hits across baseball than this guy. He stands 5'6". He's, I'm sure, tired of hearing about how not tall he is. And you can say the S word. The most hits in baseball since the start of 2013.
He can really hit. And you know, I've noticed a few of the American League teams start playing him more of a shift. And I was waiting for him to really start shooting that ball the other way. Here in the All-Star game, obviously, they're squared up a little bit more.
Just reaches the bat out, and LeMahieu flips to end the inning to send this 86th Major League Baseball All-Star game tied into the bottom of the 4th inning with Harper, Goldschmidt, and Posey coming up. cause to help fight cancer. Spend $10 or more with your MasterCard when you dine out. MasterCard will donate up to $4 million, one precious cent at a time. Visit priceless.com/causes to learn more. New pitcher is David Price. First up, Bryce Harper. A free agent to be. Who will be right there with Zach Greinke, who started tonight for the National League. If he opts out of his deal, which seems like a foregone conclusion, got to be the two most sought after pitchers on the market coming up this winter. Here's a foul ball left side off the bat of Harper, out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Tom, it's going to be interesting with the Tigers trying to hang around in the Central instead of just blowing everybody away. David Price may be on that block pretty soon. I mean, he's going to command a lot of money, and he's going to get a lot back for him if they did trade him now.
Next 2 weeks critical for a lot of teams, whether they're buyers or sellers.
That's fouled again, left side, out of play.
I love these batter-pitcher matchups that you get in an all-star game. One of the most aggressive swingers in baseball, one of the most aggressive pitchers in all of baseball. David Price just pounds the strike zone. Bryce Harper knows it, conceding nothing.
1-2 the count. The 22-year-old strikes out. 1 away.
They saw the heater. Here comes the slider, down and away. Great location. It might have been the changeup. Man, that was some downward action on that from David Price.
Yeah, the changeup got him out in front with the swing. You got to honor 95 when a guy's coming at you. And right there, that release looks like a fastball, and pulled a string on it.
Here's Goldschmidt. Strike 1.
This is the at-bat I want to see. These two match up.
Goldschmidt combines power and speed. He's got 21 home runs. He has stolen 16 bases. As we said, big guy, 6'3". Kershaw is getting ready to come in. 2 years ago, Goldschmidt finished second in the NL MVP award to McCutchen. 2 balls and a strike.
He's feeling it, Joe. He's feeling it. Goldschmidt is feeling it. Right here, 2-1 pitch. Gonna get challenged with the heater. He's feeling it.
Step out there, home run.
Yeah, right center. Gave him the pitch.
2-2.
I'd like to have a microphone in the helmet. Be like, come on, man, this is it. I got my neck out there for you.
Okay.
Too late.
Here comes a 2-2 pitch from Price. Struck him out on a pitch down and away. Back-to-back strikeouts. Will change the pace from David Price. You say winner. All he does is win. He attended Lee County High School in Georgia, where he was a terrific pitcher. You look at some of the numbers from his college years at Florida State. 2-time Cape Cod League champion in 06 and 07. Got called up to the Giants in September of 09. And that's what he's done since. Batting champ, Rookie of the Year, an MVP, and a 3-time world champion.
So impressive, and you know, talking to him, a gentle giant, Buster. Played shortstop in college for a little bit, then they moved him around. Special.
That's into right, and will carry out to Kane. A 1-2-3 inning for David Price, and this game zips along into the 5th inning with those 3 due up for the AL. The time at 1. MasterCard and stand up to cancer for a priceless cause. Visit priceless.com/causes. By Pepsi, pop open music with Pepsi by downloading the Pepsi Pass app. And by The Man from U.N.C.L.E. from Warner Brothers Pictures and theaters August 14th. Aerial coverage up ahead and up above is brought to you by DirecTV. If you call yourself a sports fan, you got to get DirecTV. Call 1-800-DirecTV. We are into the 5th. Clayton Kershaw takes over. Strike one.
You made a point earlier about starting pitchers pitching middle relief. This is the 5th year in a row Kershaw pitching middle relief, and he did say that the warm-up totally different.
Left side and under the glove of Frazier for a base hit for Escobar. And that's big with the top of the order coming up for the American League.
The difference is he's not able to do long toss as starting pitchers do before a game throwing 220 feet.
Well, watch here, because Escobar's speed and ability to bunt, look where Frazier has to play. And now he just catches the ball, drives it right by him, but he's on the grass. So when you take advantage of all your abilities, you move that defense, you're able to manipulate it. He got a base hit because they had to play him to honor the bunt.
Way outside, and Buster Posey, who was seen a lot of Clayton Kershaw on the mound with their battles in the NL West, now trying to catch Kershaw. Had to reach for ball one. Mike Trout homered his first time up. Went the opposite way into right field. That's to the second baseman. Out at second and safe at first. As Trout, for a big man, can absolutely fly.
Yeah, I was looking forward to seeing that.
Well, what makes this guy special? Here it is right here. Mike Trout, guy built like a linebacker, 235 pounds. And you see him matched up against Jose Altuve at 165. Who's the faster runner? Altuve is a premier base stealer. Well, you know what? So is Mike Trout. That's, to me, what makes him special. Nobody like him in baseball. We saw the power in the first inning. We saw the speed in the 5th inning.
Our StatCast powered by Amazon Web Services. And with that speed, the big-bodied Trout is on at first, one out for Manny Machado, who is off the bench and batting for Donaldson here in the 5th.
Oh, this should have been a double play ball, honestly. I mean, you see Mike getting down the line, no doubt about it. But this ball's hit to the bag, and this is what happens in an all-star game when you don't work together. LeMahieu's flip and Peralta's exchange was not as crisp as it might be during a regular season. If that's too low out there, and LeMahieu plays together with him, I think we're looking at a double play.
Here's a good play by Goldschmidt over at first, and that bouncer from Kershaw as he keeps an eye on Trout. And now Archer is getting loose. He will take over next. Chris from the Tampa Bay Rays after a scoreless, impressive inning from David Price. Kershaw gets it by the bat of Machado. Strike two. Guys, we're in the 5th inning, and we're getting our first position player switch with Donaldson, who walked twice tonight, giving way to Machado as he deals with the reigning Cy Young and MVP Clayton Kershaw.
Manny Machado's got that big follow-through. Remember a couple times last summer hitting catchers around the league. Buster Posey better be careful. Throw him a changeup, he'll go out there and extend. He takes a long swing.
That's hit high in the air to left. Will it carry out at the track and almost up against the wall? Allowed second out. Machado just got under it.
Talking to that one.
And so was Clayton Kershaw. He was watching this all the way. He knew he hung a curveball, which Clayton rarely does. He's watching it all the way and talking to it. Get down.
Part of a Dodger club. Peterson, who caught it and left Kershaw on the mound. It comes to the break with a 4.5 game lead over the Giants in the NL West. Batter now, Pujols. That one almost got away.
That's one of those, man, he just hit. You're going to be years from now like, yeah, I was facing Kershaw and I had one, just missed it. But that ball might be in the seats in about 20 years from now. Hit a 2-run homer off him.
Those tails grow as the years go on?
Absolutely they do.
So you didn't hit for the cycle in an All-Star game?
No, I didn't. And actually that ball Kershaw threw was not a changeup. It was a fastball at 99. He just missed. But yeah.
Albert lined out to center his last time. Struck out his first. Tied for first in the American League with his teammate Mike Trout with their 26 home runs. Pujols competed in the home run derby last night. Took on the kid out in left, Jock Peterson.
There's the slider from Kershaw. What a matchup here, huh? Kershaw just saw an MVP in Mike Trout. MVP on MVP again.
Prince Fielder on deck as the 3-time MVP Albert Pujols waits.
Pitch. Just missed outside. Never came back. Actually, it ran a little bit.
The numbers are ridiculous the previous 2 years for Kershaw as the count has gone full 3-2. 37-12 and an ERA of 1.80 for Kershaw. The stuff's still there. The numbers haven't been as good this year, but I think he'd like to trade in regular season numbers for a nice run in October.
The only thing missing on the resume is superlative numbers in the postseason.
That skips in on ball 4. It's 2 on with 2 out. College football returns to Fox and Fox Sports 1 beginning Thursday, September 3rd. Former Michigan quarterback Jim Harbaugh makes his debut as head coach of his alma mater and leads the Wolverines back against the Utah Utes. The only place you can see it is on Fox Sports 1, streaming live on Fox Sports Go. After all that success, Stanford and then the San Francisco 49ers. Back in the college game and back in Ann Arbor.
Interesting mix. We'll see how that works.
Here's Prince Fielder. Neck fusion surgery last year, and he's back. Strike 1.
Yeah, that's a tough injury to come back from. You think about all the movement you have, how often you use your head and your neck in the course of a day. And now get up there and swing a bat. Mercy.
The kind of violence that Prince swings it with. He's hit .339 for the Rangers. He's in the hole here, 0-2. And he leads the American League in hits.
Well, he might have just missed his pitch. You know, especially in an all-star game with how great these pitchers are, you can't miss your pitch. Right here, ball runs back in a little bit, but I don't know if he gets anything much better. That's why you see so many guys aggressive, swinging a lot of pitches early in counts, because they know these guys make a living with put-out pitches.
2 on, 2 out. Fielder with a base hit into left field. Trout coming to the plate. Peterson comes up throwing. Safe in the AL on top, 2-1. Prince Fielder off the bench delivers. And the American League is back on top.
Kershaw made a mistake, left one out over. I didn't think he was going to get another one. I thought he might go breaking ball away, but he came back with a fastball. Great piece of hitting by Prince. But what you can't see at home, what we got to see from the vantage point we sit, I mean, you see how far Posey moved the hands back. It's ball left right in the middle. But was Trout flying? I mean, watch this. Peterson gets the ball, and he turns another gear right there. And when you can slip and slide through home, you're flying.
Now it's Lorenzo Cain who hits it fair past third and down the line. Pujols will come to the plate. Prince Fielder will dig for third and hold bare, and it's 3-1. AL on top as Lorenzo Cain delivers.
Once again, Lorenzo Cain jumping on the first pitch. Kershaw tries to go in. Look at him pull his hands in and get the barrel on this pitch. Ball stays fair inside the line. It's a great ambush job by Lorenzo Cain once again.
And now, after Fielder came off the bench as a lefty to get a base hit against Kershaw to deliver a 2-out RBI hit, another lefty coming up. Adam Jones is out. And representing the Yankees is Brett Gardner.
AL putting it together this half inning.
And doing it against Clayton Kershaw. Fielder's already been an MVP of an All-Star game. He did that in 2011. Gardner up there packing strike one.
Be aggressive, man. Don't wait around. You see the swing. Any fastball you get, you're letting it fly. Remember Mike Trout saying, I wanted to swing that fastball so bad.
It's kind of a microcosm for Kershaw in that he's making mistakes in the zone that are hittable. Nothing wrong with his stuff this season. He's the league in strikeouts.
Strike two.
He just abandoned that out of the stretch, too. And so here it is. I'm coming at you with the windup. Look at the ball run right here. No chance catching that one.
Gardner was a late ad. That's outside. He was in the online vote. Moustakas won that. But Gardner was added to this American League group because of injury. He is putting together a career year. Be 32 in August. That's strike three, and Gardner in his first All-Star game. And bat strikes out looking, but Clayton Kershaw gives up two. It was Trout who slipped and slid his way across the plate. And then Lorenzo Cain, after Prince Fielder got the big hit, 3-1 AL halfway through it. 25 years old or younger in tonight's game. But how young are all these dudes?
What the heck is a VCR?
I was born in the 90s.
Film in the camera? How did you take selfies?
I never used a rotary phone. You had to go into the bank to get the money? I'll never make a mixtape.
How you get this thing in here?
They're young and they are terrific talents as the American League makes these switches. Gardner in left, Kipnis at second, Machado stays in the game at third. Stephen Vogt does the catching, and on the mound is Chris Archer, who's got electric stuff, representing the Tampa Bay Rays.
I think his slider is one of the best pitches in all of baseball.
There it is.
Right there. Both sides of the plate, righties, lefties, doesn't matter.
Jacob deGrom getting loose from the Mets for the National League. Archer in his first All-Star game had a 15 strikeout game on the 2nd of June at the Angels. Here's one into center right at Trout. One away as Rizzo flies to Mike Trout.
You know what I like about Archer too is the flair and the personality. And one of the things that Joe Maddon did so great in Tampa was let guys be themselves, and he left that with this young man, with Chris Archer. So many people would tell him, don't jump after you strike somebody out, tame it down. And Joe Maddon let him be himself, and I think because of that, he developed into an all-star pitcher.
Ball one to Johnny Peralta, who has the only National League RBI tonight. That's ball two. The best seats in every ballpark for every game. Visit MLB.com/tickets today.
I mean, they get seats right there?
No.
Oh, okay. No, say, sign up for that.
Here comes a 2-0 pitch from Archer. Peralta. Ball three.
And what you have to like about Chris Archer, too, very involved in the community. His Archway Foundation sponsors youth teams, free to play.
4-pitch walk to Peralta.
And if you're chosen for the team, you have to do required reading and community service projects.
Well, he was a late bloomer, Archer. 11 and 22 over his first 4 years in the minors. So we're going to get a pinch runner now. Brandon Crawford will come in, run for Johnny Peralta, then take over at short. As we get Crawford now, his middle infield partner, Joe Panik, will be soon to follow. Mayhew is on deck, the starting second baseman, but Bruce Bochy wants to get his middle infielders in the game together. That's 5 in a row now to miss from Archer.
Well, and this is where it's going to get interesting, too. If the AL, with Archer on the mound, is able to get through this half inning, and maybe even next, we'll see. Then the bullpen. It's going to be interesting to see how Ned Yost handles it.
Big swing by Peterson, strike one.
There's some nasty arms out there. I mean, we saw David Price, right? Cy Young Award winner, nasty stuff. Opponents hit 243 against him. That's actually the highest number on the pitching staff. Everybody else 218 and below. Doesn't get any easier.
That's a strike. 1-2.
I like the swing before the pitch right there by Jock Peterson. You got to go try to tie the game up, right? He had a count, let it fly, didn't get it. Now you got a battle.
Don't let it fly here with 2 strikes too.
Struck out for out number 2, and he did let it fly, and it's a strikeout, his second of the night.
Yes, he did.
This is what he does. I mean, he's going to get his 3 hacks.
Well, he's going to have to cut it down eventually at some point in time. I think he's too talented to hit 230, but he lets it fly. There's no doubt about it. This situation, I like it. I mean, there's certain situations you got to let it fly. You're the guy that can tie the game up.
Well, here is DJ LeMahieu, who is a big second baseman. Number 6 feet tall. Bigger body in the middle infield spot. Somebody who came with Tyler Colvin. A trade with the Cubs that sent Ian Stewart to Chicago. DJ won a Gold Glove last year. Last year was his first full year in the big leagues. They got a player in that deal, the Rockies. Strike one.
They really did. I mean, it was a beautiful, gorgeous play he made earlier. When you're known for winning a Gold Glove, you're looking for opportunities like that to showcase your talent. I don't think I've seen a second baseman as big as he is.
That's outside, 2-1.
And he's all of 6'5". You just don't see that very often over there at that position. And he moves so well. Great range, the arms, and he swings the bat too. We're talking about his defense an awful lot, but he's swinging a little bit too.
2-1. That's off the end of the bat into right. Back to grab it, Lorenzo Cain, and that keeps it 3-1 AL after 5. American League coming up. Jacob deGrom, the young stud from the Mets, coming in. MLB All-Star Game on Fox, presented by T-Mobile, now giving you unlimited calls to Mexico and Canada at no extra charge. And now our game summary brought to you by Budweiser. You can look at it this way or this way. All 3 AL runs have been scored by Angels. All 3 NL runs allowed by Dodgers. Now it's Jacob deGrom, and the right-hander on a staff loaded with young talent finds a strike to begin his night here in the 6th inning with the NL down by 2.
You got to see Jacob deGrom in person. The radar gun doesn't do justice with his stuff, Tom. I mean, it's amazing. There's all the replacements in the game right there.
Well, hitters don't hit his fastball. There you go. The reason reason why he has such a forward release. Watch the late life on this fastball. It's almost Pedro Martinez-like the way he has extension on the fastball. Most pitchers are going to let the ball go about even with the head. Watch where he gets the ball out in front of him. Cheating distance, getting life on the fastball.
You guys know when you go to the batting cage and use that Hummer machine that pops the ball in, it just shoots and it looks like it's rising on you? That's what his fastball reminds me of.
By the way, here's the hard thing about doing an All-Star game. That was Stephen Vogt. That was his first at-bat of the night. A guy who's finally getting his chance to be the everyday catcher for the A's as Kipnis digs in. There's Stephen, who's made the most of his chance after the trade of Derek Norris to San Diego. And, well, Kipnis, what a year he's put together. What a 2-year, 3-year run for Jason, hitting .323, third best average in the AL.
And they can't get mad at us for not saying anything.
It's going too fast.
Exactly. You better hit the ball. You want somebody to talk about you.
Here comes a 1-2 from DeGrom. How about back-to-back strikeouts? The best stuff we've seen all night, in my opinion, belongs to this guy, Jacob DeGrom.
And listen, every hitter in the major leagues got there because they can hit a fastball. That's not an average major league fastball in terms of velocity or especially the late life.
Oh, that's why you can't get lost on the radar gun either. It may say 96 or 97. Not every 96 or 97 is the same. And his ball looks like it's 100 miles an hour. He just blew away two guys in the American League that are best left-handed hitters that hit fastballs.
Now here's Jose Iglesias, the shortstop for the Tigers. I mean, it just has different action on it.
It's out of the Hummer. I mean, just zoom. Good luck. I guess he wanted to show off a little bit. I can't. Hey, I'm in the game. I can't just show you fastball. Mom, I threw a slider too, okay?
Not that he's really needed to, but you're right. Just showing it off. Here comes the 0-2. Wow. Hi, I'm Jacob DeGrom. And I have the chance with my stuff to just dominate baseball for years to come. Forget Harvey and Matz and Wheeler and Syndergaard. I mean, remember DeGrom. He's filthy. MVP. Don't feed the bear out there, Mets guy. And which Chevrolet would you take home, the Silverado Midnight Edition or the all-new Camaro? Make your pick now at ChevyBaseball.com. Choose wisely. Here's McCutchen, and there's one launched to left. It's a one-run game. One pitch and bang off the bat of Andrew McCutchen from the Pirates. It's 3-2.
Like he might have caught a little bit of a slider, had a little cut or a cutter. It wasn't your true fastball, just challenge. Andrew just jumped on it the first pitch.
The MVP from a couple years ago.
So how about the two leadoff guys in this game?
Yeah, you're right. That's the slider. You normally see it 87, 88. That's 85 on a hanger on the inside of the plate.
Well, this goes according to plan, as the batter is Todd Frazier, and the fireworks person was a little late on that one, so Archer has to stop. With all those closers and setup guys, it's Archer back out there for the second inning, which Ned Yost said might happen before the game. First pitch here in the sixth inning, bang, it's a one-run game.
He was the most rested starter available to Ned Yost last pitching on Wednesday.
The defensive changes with J.D. Martinez in right, Jose Iglesias at short. Vogt behind the plate.
Well, that definitely put another buzz back in the stadium. It's not just Todd Frazier, but that home run brought the crowd alive.
Reaching for a tough play. Machado, he's one of the best. And a good stretch by Teixeira on the other end. He's taken over at first. One out. Todd Frazier has gone over 3 with 3 groundouts. Here's the home run by McCutchen that started this inning.
Man, look at the torque. Andrew McCutchen uncoiling on this one. Seen a lot of aggressive hitting tonight, guys.
Well, I like how he got that ball out in front. You know, so often you're looking at guys that flip it the other way. He jumped on it.
Well, here comes Zach Britton, the left-hander from the Orioles to take over for Archer. We'll hear from Jacob deGrom when we come back here in Cincinnati in the 6th. we've witnessed the second time in All-Star history that both leadoff men in the order have homered. Mike Trout back in the first inning. Andrew McCutchen here in the sixth inning. It's a 3-2 game. AL on top. First time since 1965 that's happened. Britton. Oh, and that went off the glove of Vogt, and I think hit the home plate umpire Tim Wilkie.
He throws one of the nastiest sinkers in baseball. 95, and everybody's looking for a ball down, and it runs up.
Harper, one-run game. That's down the left field line. This ball is foul. With one out here in the sixth.
Well, off your play ball sign. That's a new initiative in Major League Baseball. Commissioner Manfred.
Clearly foul down the left field line. It was back in 1965 when Willie Mays, who's at the park tonight, and Dick McAuliffe went deep as leadoff men in All-Star game history.
I was just going to say that because Willie used to talk about wanting to lead off in the All-Star game. I can get it started. If you need me to do that, I'll steal it back. I can do everything.
Here's a 1-1. Big swings by Harper. Strike two. Francisco Rodriguez is ready to go for the National League when they need him.
I once asked Willie, who reminds you in today's game of yourself? Just a few years ago. He said, who can do everything? Ain't nobody can do everything. Like Willie can do everything. You know how you get that high voice?
Right. He's right. With one out, nobody on. That's down and in.
Great matchup, huh, Tom?
Yeah, it's a crazy movement right there. You saw the first pitch. Hard to hit, hard to catch.
I like this is unique because the Orioles and the Phillies, I mean the Nationals, just finished playing each other.
He went around, struck him out. 2 out. We saw Jacob deGrom just dominate. Let's go down to Aaron Andrews.
Yeah, Joe, and I think Todd Frazier put it perfectly when he came into the dugout. He said, I don't even think you broke a sweat out there. What do you remember from it?
I remember being nervous running out there, and that's about it.
That's it. You don't remember anything else?
I remember my first pitch. When I came in, I didn't know if I threw a ball or not, but I had to ask somebody.
Well, I know when you came into the dugout, I saw Madison Bumgarner, who's one of the biggest stars here tonight, wait on you, hand you a drink, and give you a little pep talk. Can you tell us what he said?
He just said good job, and I've been hanging out with him quite a bit this week while we've been here, so he's a great guy, and that was nice of him to give me that water.
All right, thanks so much. Joe, back over to you.
All right, Aaron, while they were chatting, Zach Britton took a long time and then unleashed a wide one to first, and Teixeira had to come off the bag. The inning continues. It'll be an error on Britton.
You know what's funny is people don't realize the nerves that happen in an All-Star game. This play just ran away.
Well, I hope people realize how special that performance was by Jacob deGrom. You just don't see so many swings and misses in an All-Star game.
Now it's Yadier Molina, his first at bat. He's hit just 2 home runs this season. And just to give you something else to chew on from deGrom, struck out the side in order. The only other Met to do it in an All-Star game was Doc Gooden in 1984. Just electric stuff. That's inside, and the count 2-0 on Molina.
He's got star quality too, man. He's going to have a commercial pretty soon.
That's ball 3. So a wide one to first from Britton, and now 3 in a row have missed to Yadier Molina.
Boy, the stuff is just filthy, though. That's 96 miles an hour, just a hard sink.
7th All-Star game for Molina, 7-time Gold Glove Award winner. Putting together a Hall of Fame resume in his career, and while he plays and sees the game like a manager right now from behind home plate, he is manager material, in my opinion, if he ever wants to go in that direction.
No doubt about it.
3-1. That's into center, a base hit. And after the error, now the hit, and it's 2 on, 2 out in a 1-run game. It'll bring in Tulowitzki off the bench.
Joe, this deserves another look. I mean, this is a kid who went to Stetson University as an infielder. He wanted to turn into a pitcher. He wasn't sure about that. Well, look how it turned out. Just filthy stuff for Jacob deGrom, and that athleticism you can see in his delivery really plays.
A meeting at the mound as Dave Island, the pitching coach from the Royals, is out to talk to Britton. Head and Shoulders invites you to tweet #whiff every time you see a strikeout this season. You could earn up to $10,000 for your local reviving baseball in inner cities. It's each month of the MLB regular season. Follow @Head and Shoulders on Twitter to learn more.
There's your sponsorship, H. DeGrom,
there it
shampoo, come on.
Hair like that. Got you hooked up, Head and Shoulders, Jacob. Let me know.
Here's Tulowitzki, 30-year-old shortstop, 5th All-Star game. 2 seasons with 30 or more home runs. Only the late Ernie Banks in MLB history able to say that from the primary position of shortstop. He's just battled injury. That's a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. In my opinion, with where the Rockies have been, with what Troy Tulowitzki could have gotten on the market if healthy, probably wouldn't still be in a Rockies uniform.
For the last 3 years, what they could have got from him. You know, I think sometimes franchises come to a point where you got to turn it around. As you see Mike Trout go after a ball that dropped in there. Who understands, Mike?
And they've had opportunities to trade him, but when you become, there's almost a mythology that will build around a franchise player like this. As more time goes by, the harder it is to trade that player.
He's got 186 home runs. He's got the 2nd highest OPS all time for a major league shortstop to A-Rod. He could tie it with a hit. Late there in the count, 1-2.
I know Zach Britton hasn't thrown a lot of strikes this half inning, but his stuff is filthy. That is 97 miles an hour. Sinker. Good luck.
Just can't lift that sinker. He's only allowed 7 fly balls the whole year.
Tall order for Tulowitzki. Tying run at 2nd. That's Goldschmidt. Here's 1 to 2nd. The flip from Kipnis to end the inning, and off we go into the 7th in this All-Star game, and a good one. Andrew McCutchen just made it a 1-run game. Jumped on the first pitch, rode it out here in Cincinnati. 3-2 AL. Back after this from your local Fox station.
To be the new face of baseball, it takes the love of the game.
He has to be cool.
Diving in the stands can't hurt.
Facial hair is a must. And great hair.
You better have an amazing smile.
He has to bring hope to the fans. Who will be the new face of baseball?
The new face of baseball.
Only time will tell.
Time will tell, and the guy at the plate has got the head start on everybody. Mike Trout, as Francisco Rodriguez takes over. He's had a great year in a down year for the Brewers. 19 of 19 in saves. A good ERA. Working here in the 7th.
Boy, and when he was Mike Trout's age with the Angels, he was the face. Everybody was talking about maybe the next guy. When he was closing for the Angels back there in those crazy run they had for the World Series.
Pollock takes over in center. Justin Upton is now in right. Adrian Gonzalez at first base. Joe Panik's been in the game at second base. Nolan Arenado is over at third. And Molina catching Rodriguez. 2-1 the count. Todd Frazier won the home run derby last night. He's got to be worn out. He went 0 for 3 with 3 groundouts here tonight. Ball 3. Trout will be sitting on a pitch on 3-1. Full count. K-Rod, as they call him, doesn't light up the radar gun like he once did. He's a guy who had 62 saves back in 2008, all-time record.
Wow. More changeups and fastballs. May throw one here.
A leadoff walk. Our StatCast, powered by Amazon Web Services.
Hey, he does something every night, but I want you to see the speed of Mike Trout. Look at this, 20 miles an hour, 6.8. This is like running 200. You think that was impressive? Who had the best vantage point of that? The right fielder, Bryce Harper. Listen what he had to say.
Man, Trout can run, bro. It is unbelievable. Yeah.
Well, you're right. Bryce, he is unbelievable. They're taking him out. Little pinch runner. The night's over for Mike Trout. But he does something every day. You got to watch the guy play night in, night out to really appreciate it. Rockhold at first base, Joe.
And he'll take over in the outfield. Gardner will go from left to center. Hold 2 plays literally everywhere. Will play left. Here's Manny Machado. His second at bat. He flied out his first time. Strike 2, and let's go down to Ken Rosenthal.
Thanks, Joe. Mike, you got good numbers against Zach Greinke coming in. 3 for 7, double and a triple. What were you looking for tonight?
He's nasty. I was just looking for a heater, and I put a good swing on.
Now, this was the first home run to lead off an All-Star game since Bo Jackson in 1989. Adam Jones, your All-Star teammate, afterwards said, "You're the white Bo Jackson." What do you think about that?
Nah, it's an awesome comparison. The way he played the game, played hard, means a lot.
Mike, thanks a lot.
No problem.
Joe, back to you.
Yeah, you just get the sense that, like the great Bo Jackson did, he could play in the other league that requires big boys running around. Machado able to lay off the pitch and the count 2-2.
That's actually a great comparison, Bo Jackson, because when you look on this field of the best players in the game, Mike Trout stands out because of his size and speed, that combination. Just don't see anybody like him, and certainly that was the case with Bo Jackson.
That's high compliment, though. Give him the ball on Sunday and really see what he can do. I mean, that's a game separator. When you talk about Bo Jackson, my goodness.
Here's a ball just pasted foul as Machado, who almost homered his last time up, sent Jock Peterson to the wall in left. Jumped all over that pitch.
Got 2 homers in 20 years, Joe.
Dylan Betances getting loose, the Yankee setup reliever, who has 7 saves this year with Andrew Miller on the DL for a while. Here comes a 2-2. Full count, throw down to second, and safe. as Panic couldn't dig it out.
Well, a delayed steal right there by Brock Holt. Delayed steal, and Yachty, because he can throw from the knees so well, recognizes it. Right here, he's going to take his time. Oh, you're going? Boom! Just a flick of the wrist. If Panic was able to come up with the short hop, they got him. Both guys in the right position, just didn't make the throw all the way up. Brock Holt trying to get sneaky in the All-Star game with a little delayed steal.
Stolen base for Brock Holt. Now a 3-2 pitch to Machado.
The delayed steal, what I mean by that is you're going to hop off, and the timing of it is as soon as that ball crosses the plate, that's when you take off. You take your secondary lead, and then as soon as that ball crosses the plate, you take off. Watch it. You take 2 hops, 3 hops, and as soon as it crosses, go. He might even got fooled thinking that ball's going to be in the dirt and run. I may have to take back what I first said.
Here comes a 3-2 now from Rodriguez, and a fly ball into the gap in right center. This ball is off the wall. Holt will score easily. It's a 2-run game on an RBI double by Manny Machado. AL4, NL2.
Tell you what, Tom, this is what Manny was doing before the break, blistering that ball at right center field. Watched him homer in Minnesota a couple times in that series to right center. I thought Home Run Derby might take that stroke away, but clearly it didn't.
Got such a pretty swing. We don't often say pretty swing for a right-handed hitter. He's got one. That's a run created by Brock Holt.
Now Teixeira. What a year for Mark Teixeira. The gluten-free Mark Teixeira, who is in his first All-Star game since his first year with the Yankees in '09 when they last won it all.
So explain that, gluten-free. I'm not eating any gluten at all.
Changed his diet. No sugars. And his body has responded. He's been dealing with injuries, especially with the wrist. He's had a tough time staying healthy, and this year he's been great. Talk about all the youth around in a game like this. A couple of the older guys are carrying the Yankees. The guy at the plate here, and a guy I'm sure watching the game, Alex Rodriguez, who has put together a tremendous 2015 after sitting out all last year.
Yeah, I'm actually a little bit surprised Alex isn't here as well. He's put up the numbers to be here.
Right side. This will be out number 1 is from shallow right. Panic throws out Teixeira over to third. Goes Machado. You can follow your favorite team and players all season with MLB.com At Bat, the #1 app for live baseball. At Bat is up to the moment at any moment with in-game highlights, live look-ins, replay reviews, radio broadcasts, StatCast, and more. Get MLB.com At Bat right now. Teixeira advanced the runner. Now it's Prince Fielder who has an RBI single. That was against Kershaw. This one into left center field, and this ball is caught, but it'll be a sacrifice fly as Machado tags and scores. It's 5-2.
And A.J. Pollock running that ball down. Got some good center fielders in this game. But I love the way the American League executed right there.
Get him over, get him in.
Absolutely.
Biggest lead of the night. And it belongs to the American League as Fielder is driven home 2. Started this night on the bench, and here is J.D. Martinez. The numbers are eye-popping for somebody who was released by the Astros prior to last year. Here's Crawford, and the inning is over. But a couple more runs put up by the American League, and they lead it by 3. Prince Fielder smiles in the dugout. He's already been an MVP of an All-Star game once. He's on the list here tonight. Time to stretch it now for the introduction of God Bless America. We join public address announcer Joe Zarahusen.
At this time, we ask that you stand. Kindly remove your hats and face the American flag. Please join us in honoring our country, the brave men and women of our armed forces, and all our veterans of service as we welcome multi-platinum selling MCA Nashville recording artist Josh Turner, who will lead us in the singing of God Bless America.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with a light from above. From the mountains to the prairies to the oceans white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Well done by Josh Turner here tonight in Cincinnati, getting late for the National League, now trailing by 3 into the bottom of the 7th. Sponsored by Budweiser. Make a plan to make it home. By Ford F-150, introducing the all-new Ford F-150, the future of tough. And by Gillette, One Pro Glide refill, up to 1 month of comfortable shaves. Here's Brandon Crawford. Here's Dylan Betances, and that's down for ball 1 underway in the bottom of the 7th. 97 from the Yankees setup reliever who has found himself his 2nd straight All-Star game. Former starter, outstanding out of the bullpen. First at bat for Crawford. This down the right field line into the corner. It is a foul ball as J.D. Martinez ran out of room.
So Harper just missed one foul the other way. Crawford just missing a leadoff double this way.
There are the changes defensively. Holt, who did the pinch running, is in the game in left. Gardner goes from left to center. Betances on the mound. Brandon Crawford in his first All-Star game, putting together career power numbers. No swing there. And with Melanson getting loose, the Pirates closer, we saw Brandon Crawford. We've seen him in the postseason. He has proven that he likes the big stage, and he handled himself so well for the world champs. One hop, tough play, true bounce, Kipnis, 1 out. Nice view from inside with our flyover. Done by 4 U.S. Navy FA-18 Super Hornets, Naval Air Station Oceana in Virginia Beach, Virginia. Wow.
I love it. I think that's one of the coolest things. That's a great shot.
Oh, that is a cool shot.
Wow.
Here's Chris Bryant, ball 1. Well, guys, do the Chicago Cubs have a young star to put front and center for their organization? We were blown away when this kid came and went after talking to us yesterday. He is a real deal.
I mean, the personality, the good looks, the charm, the humbleness. Basically, you say, okay, we can build something around this kid. Not to mention the talent
and the athleticism. He's really a third baseman. This is only his 4th game in left field. That's the All-Star game.
Well, he's big. He can fly. He can run. Wants to stay at third base, but he's played center field in the big leagues even.
Yeah, his 5th game they threw him out in center field. Dexter Fowler had an injury. Whew, not hitting that one.
That was a strike in the count. 2-2 from Betances.
You know, coming out of college, and next thing you know, he's in the big leagues in an All-Star game. You're not seeing that at University of San Diego. That's some cheese.
2-2. He talked to us about the baseball gods. He believes in them. He said you keep your head down, you don't show the opponent up. And then talked about his manager Joe Madden and the difference he's made in Chicago. He said the first day in spring training, he said, guys, there are no rules. Be yourselves. Be accountable. That's ball 3.
I mean, I talked about Joe with Chris Archer. I just think there's a place for all that with drawing that personality out of players, and he does that as good as anybody. Lets them be themselves. But when you have young talent, young players like they do with the Cubs, it's important.
That is a 1-out walk, and the kid just showed a lot of patience. So it's 1 on, 1 out. For the first 3-run home run tonight, T-Mobile will give 10,000 lucky fans $500 toward travel to Mexico and Canada. Why? Because their Simple Choice plan now includes 3 countries at no charge. Tweet who will hit it with hashtag 3-for-1 home run and hashtag sweepstakes to enter. Here's Joe Panik.
It's a lot of hashtags to get that.
It is. But worth it.
Yes, indeed.
1 on, 1 out for Panik. First at bat for kid from St. John's. Ball 1.
It's not too often you're going to see 2 kids out of New York grew up and become major league players. Dylan Betances right out of New York City himself. But, you know, watching Betances, I can see why he's so tough on left-handers. He steps right at the left-handed hitter. It almost looks like he's going to throw it at you, and then the ball goes the other direction.
Strike 2.
Looks like he's going to hand the ball to the catcher, not throw it to him with that long stride. 6'8". That landing foot almost gets down to the flat part of the mound.
The stride is almost directly at the left-handed hitter. It freezes you.
Struck him out for out number 2. And with 2 down, back to the top of the order. And it will be Pollock. $300 million are up for grabs this season. DraftKings has already made 17 millionaires in 2015. Simple and easy to play. New games daily at DraftKings.com. McCutchen, while he was in there, had a home run. And And now Pollock from the Arizona Diamondbacks, strike one.
Well, Jacob deGrom was incredible. I think this guy right here, of all the guys tonight, may be the most intimidating. Just with the size and the delivery.
I agree, and that's why I was so impressed with Bryant's at bat. Fell off one hook and stay off a couple others outside of the zone.
Nolan Arenado is next. If Pollock can get on somehow, he'll bring up Arenado representing the tying run. And Arenado knows how to pound home runs. He's hit 24. Good pitch. Strike two.
He gets more of these than anybody, H. The curveball that just locks a hitter up. That's middle.
Look how long look at where he steps. And this deceptive. He's so big.
98 to ball two.
And that's a real 98. Whew.
Guy at the plate, Pollock, first Arizona player to have 10 or more home runs, 18 plus stolen bases before the All-Star break. He's got some pop. He can run. He's going to have to show off the wheels right here. Machado gets the high hop and makes the play and sends us into the 8th inning. A lot of smiles here tonight, especially from the AL. They lead it by 3.
If you've ever wondered whatever became of me, I'm living on the air in Cincinnati, WKRP. I'm at WKRP in Cincinnati.
Where the heck is Herb Tarlick when you need him? Venus flytrap.
Yes. Yeah, I watched WKRP.
Oh, God, it was
First time I came to Cincinnati, I was like, where is that place? I have to go see it.
Here's Mark Melanson 29 of 30. Started slowly this year, but as he come on and have the Pirates come on, the Cardinals led the NL Central by 9 games. It's now 2.5 games after the Pirates just took 3 of 4 from the Cardinals over the weekend. Extra innings on Saturday and Sunday. And since the 29th of June, the Cardinals have gone 5-9, the Pirates 11-2, and they're right there in the Central. Melanson a big part of all that. Tight breaking ball is down to Brett Gardner, and the count 2-1.
Well, sometimes guys just need an opportunity. See, Wade Davis was going to get his opportunity pretty quick, but Melanson needed a chance to close game. Stuff was always there. It was just somebody believing in him. And Clint Hurdle basically said, all right, it's yours until you lose it. He took hold of it.
One of the nastiest cutters in the game. So good. He could tell a hitter it's coming. Still hard to square it up. Such late movement.
Russell Martin on deck. That's strike 3 from Melanson. Down goes Gardner, looking for the second time tonight. What a week it's been for Todd Frazier. He's standing by with Aaron Andrews.
We're telling stories here. What a week it's been, and really what a 24 hours it's been, because of course we all saw what a show you put on last night in the home run derby. I'd ask you if you had a good time at home last night watching it, all the highlights, but what happened? You couldn't, right?
Yeah, I had no electricity the whole night and today the whole day, and with about 7 women in the house, so trying to blow dry their hair and take showers. We had to go to the hotel where my brothers were, and packed house and hotel too.
Yeah, so needless to say, Joe, he is exhausted. Let's give your wife a little credit. No air conditioning in your house last night, and she's 4 months pregnant, so a rough night of sleeping for the Frazier clan, right?
It was all right. It was rough, but you know, she passed out right away like any pregnant woman does, and she wasn't asked for any food before she went to bed, which is good, because I wasn't getting out of bed. I was tired, and it made for a good experience, and we'll talk about it down the road, especially. It'll be fun.
Well, I'll laugh about it later, but what we can talk about is what a great host you've been, and what a show it was, especially pregame here. You know, everybody honored, the legends honored for the Reds. What was that like for you, just sitting back and taking it all in?
It was awesome, especially, you know, for Pete Rose getting his time to shine there at the end. And, you know, hopefully, you know, they can do something for him again, and he can talk to the commissioner and figure it out. But, you know, the Johnny Benches, Joe Morgan, and Barry Larkin, I got to know over the, you know, the 4.5 years I've been playing. I've been very lucky and very blessed.
Well, thanks for a great job. Get some sleep tonight. We're hearing rumors you may be chartering back with Mike Trout, so have fun with that.
Yes, you got it. We'll have a blast on the ride home.
All right, thanks. Joe.
Just a likable guy, real gritty player is Todd Frazier, and they love him here in Cincinnati. The Todd father from Jersey, you can hear it in an accent as Melanson is trying to do his best Jacob deGrom impression. No truth to the rumor. He first asked Paulie Walnuts to throw him the pitches last night, the home run derby. Instead, it was his brother Charles, and they made the winning combination.
It's a baseball family. You know, his brothers both played in the minor leagues, and my dad was a coach a long time. It's just a great story. But Tom, if him and Mike Trout are flying back to Jersey, you better hop on that
That's Jersey
flight.
boys, man. I didn't get my invite. You know what I love about Todd Frazier is it's like he never left Williamsport. He still plays this game on this level with the same enthusiasm, the same smile. Never seen him in a bad mood.
Mr. Dozier. I thought this guy right here should have been an all-star from the onset. I know he had to wait for injuries to happen, different things to get him on this roster, but what a year he's having.
Well, you talk about Dozier. We saw Russell Martin. Russell Martin struck out looking, and he's one of those guys that goes underappreciated until he's gone. And then teams have a tough time, although Francisco Cervelli has done a nice job in Pittsburgh taking over behind the plate. This is Dozier, and he flies one into center. Well hit back on the track. It is gone for a home run for Dozier. And the Minnesota Twin makes it a 6-2 game here in the 8th inning.
How do you not smile when you hit a home run in the All-Star game? Look, his thunder and his power has really solidified the Twins. You talk about why are the Minnesota Twins in it. You look at him, Torrey Hunter, what they're doing in the middle of that lineup. And this guy especially just, I don't think there's more power at second base in the big leagues than this guy.
19 home runs during the regular season. That's number 20, and a smile for a kid who just got his first in the All-Star game. Back-to-back strikeouts and then a home run, and it's a 6-2 game.
There was at one point about a week and a half ago, he had more extra base hits than anybody in the big leagues.
That's strike 2, and Melanson could strike out the side, but with a pop in the middle of it from Dozier. Kipnis, this number 8 spot, was 0 for 1. Altuve was 0 for 2, but it's Dozier who goes deep to center. First All-Star game moment for him, and that is a foul ball.
Gotta get a new bat with that, right?
Now that Dozier is power-packed, isn't he? That ball had some carry on it on one of those Melanson cutters.
Well, and he's hitting in one of the toughest ballparks in the big leagues, too.
Look at the use of the legs, the backside driving through the baseball.
First Minnesota second baseman to make it since Chuck Knobloch in '97. Replaced Jose Batista, who's out with a bad shoulder. And as Harold touched on, the most extra base hits in the American League since the 1st of May. The most in franchise history pre-All-Star break. That's a good history.
I mean, it's really impressive.
Iglesias chops one to third. Backing up is Arenado. He's a magician over there, and he gets Iglesias by half a step. Dozier, the 16th player to homer in his first All-Star game at bat. He's made it 6-2 after 7.5. Presented by T-Mobile, switch to the Data Strong network. And sponsored by Pepsi. Pop open music with Pepsi by downloading the Pepsi Pass app. Aerial coverage brought to you by DirecTV. If you call yourself a sports fan, you got to get DirecTV. Call 1-800-DirecTV. Well, here is Nolan Arenado, who is rapidly becoming one of the best players in the National League. And here is Wade Davis, who was already one of the best setup relievers in all of baseball. The ERA is microscopic. And he's part of that great combination that Ned Yost has at the end of his regular season and postseason games with the Royals. He's got it here in the All-Star game.
It's just impressive how hard these guys are throwing. But they're not just throwing, they're locating. They can keep hitters off balance. He's going outside right here. Hit the target.
Strikeout.
I mean, it's nasty, Joe.
Talking about Nolan Arenado as you watch the strikeout, who in 2011, after hitting .298 with 20 home runs and 122 RBIs at high single-A Modesto, was the MVP of the Arizona Fall League, beating out guys by the name of Trout and Harper. And if you don't know the name of Nolan Arenado, he's got 24 home runs, and he may very well be the current best defensive third baseman in all of baseball.
Yeah, the guy at third for the American League right now, Manny Machado with him, but hard to say anybody is better than Arenado at third base.
So the defensive changes. Martin is catching. Dozier, who just homered. Ryan takes over at second base. Davis on the mound. The batter is Justin Upton. That's outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Roldis Chapman getting loose, and they'll love seeing him here in Cincinnati. Even though right now it's 6-2 AL on top. Former first overall pick is Upton. Playing with his brother. Third All-Star game for Justin, was 4th in the MVP voting in the National League back in 2011.
We may see him moving before it's all said and done. Padres don't get things rolling themselves.
There's one into left center field, a base hit. 1 on, 1 out. And we give you a look at Pepsi and remind you that throughout All-Star Week, Pepsi has been providing MLB fans with exclusive music experiences, including Walk the Moon, part of the All-Star Week Pepsi Music Series. All summer long, Pepsi will be giving fans access to exclusive music at MLB experiences with Pepsi Pass. And right now, there's a young girl who's going to turn 16 tomorrow who is mad she didn't come with her dad to the All-Star game because Walk the Moon was here. 1 on, 1 out. And Adrian Gonzalez takes inside ball 1. Her name is Trudy. Happy birthday tomorrow.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. So she's upset, or
Abby just loves Walk the Moon.
Or is Dad in trouble for not letting her know they were going to be here?
Tough. 1 on, 1 out. Adrian Gonzalez fouls it left side. I bet the years Adrian's put together in Los Angeles. I mean, he's one of the best run producers still in the game, and still the heart and soul in that lineup for the LA Dodgers.
Well, when you think about or talk about a player having a game plan when he goes to the plate, I don't think anybody has a better idea what they're doing at bat to at bat than Adrian Gonzalez in the big leagues. Situation, pitcher, you name it. He has a plan every time he goes to the plate.
His teammate Yasmani Grandal is on deck. Adrian Gonzalez has bounced around a bit now, with a long time with San Diego, Boston. He's part of that salary dump, and now he's part of a first place club in LA.
Should get a good swing right here.
Runner is going, and the ball gets away from the catcher Martin into the dugout, and that will send Upton to second. As the count, let's see if they called this a swinging strike.
Look at the crazy movement on that cutter.
I mean, it was so weird. It was like, did he swing at that ball? The ball bounced in there.
I mean, he missed that by 2 feet.
That's a 91-mile-an-hour wiffle ball. See ya.
That's just part of the plan, fellas. He's going to move to second. I'll swing over it, and now I can drive and run it.
Wow. I mean, he missed that ball by, what, a foot and a half?
He did. A crazy movement from Davis on that.
It's a stolen base, by the way, for Upton.
He was flying, too. Justin Upton can still run. You know, he's in great shape. Look at lost weight, running well. He and Harper have settled into a weight that they want to be at and play well and stay healthy.
A strikeout for out number 2. First base unoccupied. There it is, officially 2 strikeouts in the inning. And now it'll be Grandal. Ryan Seacrest, part of another show on Fox. Have you heard about it? It's a new show called Knock Knock Live. Ryan and his crew are knocking on doors all across America, bringing huge celebrities, big prizes, and all kinds of crazy stuff. You don't want to miss Knock Knock Live. Premieres 1 week from tonight right here on Fox. Here's Grandal. He has had his breakout as a Dodger, former Padre and part of the Kemp deal. He can hit, he can run, and he is a gritty catcher behind the plate. They love him. Switch hitter too.
Yeah, he's been a nice find, if you want to call it that trade. He didn't do this in San Diego.
No.
Padres are probably like, what in the world?
14 home runs he's got.
They didn't see that coming. The Dodgers loved his ability to frame pitches behind the plate, turn balls into strikes. Power, nice bonus.
Well, if the Padres saw it coming, they wouldn't have traded him in the division.
Just heat from Wade Davis, who could close on just about any team except for the one he currently calls his own, Kansas City.
We've just watched 3 swings, hit 2 from Adrian Gonzalez, 1 right there from Grandal. They weren't even close.
Left side from the hole. Iglesias, what a play! He is a magician at short and just showed range in an arm and across his body to get Grandal, who is not slow, and he's not even in the picture.
There's certain guys you want to see make plays. He's one, Manny Machado the other, and he's telling Manny, I did it too, I did it too.
What a play by Iglesias. Go to the ninth. after grounding out on that brilliant play by Jose Iglesias. And Aroldis Chapman. We've shown pitchers that can light up radar guns all night, but nobody does that like Chapman. 99 to make an ooh and ah here at Great American Ballpark.
He's just getting loose. There's nothing like it in baseball. The velocity, the angle. Brock Holt. It's especially bad from the left side.
Fourth All-Star game for Chapman. Flashballs popping around the park.
Hey, you know, of all the guys that throw 100 miles an hour in baseball, look at this. Chapman's done it 284 times, a pitch over 100 or plus. The rest of the league, 238 times.
That's this season.
This season. And that's not counting this game, so that's 2 more.
The next player on that list is Kelvin Herrera of the Royals with 67. He's done it 284 times. And if he's in play, Tom Bertucci at the trading deadline, line him up.
Line him up. Boy, could it seem like Toronto use it. Well, anybody could, but especially any team in the market for late inning closing help.
A strikeout to start the ninth. Brock Holt in his first plate appearance strikes out. Our StatCast powered by Amazon Web Services.
You see the extension there, almost 7 feet. It's one of the longest strides in baseball. So when we see the miles per hour, that jumps out at you, but really pitching is about distance, and he shortens the distance that the ball is traveling to the hitter.
So the rubber says 60 feet 6 inches. So he's basically coming at you about 58 feet.
At more than 100.
Here is Mike Moustakas batting for Manny Machado. 102 from Chapman, and Glenn Perkins, a closer who got this save last year in his home ballpark at home. And the All-Star game is getting ready. What a job done by Ned Yost. We talked about it, that he was working on this every morning leading into this All-Star break and this game in particular. And Ned Yost now has used everybody on his bench to get in the ball game.
That's pretty cool. I'm going to tell you what's cool, too. Is look at them all looking at Chapman like, are you kidding me? They're basically saying, good luck, Moose. When you get that shot that we just saw in the dugout, you're looking at former Major League players who are managers and coaches and guys playing in an All-Star game sitting there going, are you kidding me? The American League guys don't see Chapman like the National League guys get to see him. Look at them. They are sitting there going, this is something to marvel. It's how impressive it is.
Goodbye. 2 out as Moustakas in his first All-Star game at bat strikes out.
Look at these reactions. That was 103. You hear about it. You watch it in highlights. But until you see it in person, it's hard to fathom. If big league hitters and pitchers can't believe what they're seeing, I'm sorry. It's impressive.
And you saw Grandal difficulty catching that pitch.
That's 8 out of the 9 over 100 miles per hour, triple digits, and making another one as Mark Teixeira has to straighten the knees. Mark's 0 for 1.
Now, all this exit velocity we talk about with hitters, you got to think, man, if I can just catch up to one of those 103 or 102, I'll set a record. Because it's going to come off your bat pretty hard.
I would imagine in the bottom of this ninth we'll see Ryan Braun, and with that Bruce Bochy will have used every position player available. And that skips in, and Grandal is probably thinking, get me out of here.
No doubt. Don't throw me any slider coming in there at 98.
Just the athleticism is so impressive, too. You know, the first time he warmed up as a rookie in this ballpark, fans ran to the bullpen just to watch it.
Teixeira, the veteran first baseman for the Yankees, will walk into Brian Cashman and say, "Go get this guy."
He's standing up. They're cheering in the home ballpark. How hard will he throw this one, Joe?
104.
I'm with you.
And he struck out the side. And Teixeira just had a look on his face like, that was a little harder than I'm used to in the big leagues. Wow. Lightning coming out of that hand. Bottom of the 9th inning. Last chance for the NL. Home field advantage in the World Series on the line. AL up 4. Mike Moustakas takes over defensively at third base, and on the mound is Glenn Perkins, perfect this year in saves, 28 of 28. Here's Ryan Braun, that's fair, down the right field line, and this 9th inning starts well for the National League as Braun is going to turn and look for an all-star game triple. He's got it.
You know, Ryan Braun can slice this ball to right field with the best of them in the big leagues. This is a great angle. Look at that, inside out, shot down the line, and it hugs the line. That's why it ends up being a triple, not a double. Doesn't care him. J.D. Martinez played it perfect. Braun was flying around the bases. He didn't run that hard. First he's thinking this is a double. Then he sees it stay in the corner. And right now he turns it on.
Got to make sure leading off a 9th inning down by 4. He was sure he was safe. Now Crawford. As Ryan Braun in his 6th All-Star game. Former Rookie of the Year and National League MVP, replaced Matt Holliday out with a tear in his quad. on his way back for St. Louis. Has a triple to start this ninth. Here's Crawford. Fly ball into left field. Sends a left fielder Holt back, and on the track he's got it, a sac fly, and it's a 6-3 game here in the ninth inning. And now the National League needs 2 more base runners to have a chance. On Saturday, July 25th, the UFC returns to Fox with a rematch everyone's been waiting for as bantamweight champion TJ Dillashaw takes on former champ Renan Barão. Plus, Tate battles Eye in a women's bantamweight bout. It's all live. It's all free. Saturday, July 25th at 6 p.m. Eastern, only on Fox. Streaming live on Fox Sports Go. Here's Bryant. Deep into right, not deep enough. 2 out. And the young Cub, 23 years old, 0 for 1 with a walk tonight. Glenn Perkins, who's in his 3rd All-Star game, who got the save last year, not in a save situation, but he'll deal with Joe Panik.
Well, you mentioned he's been perfect, and that's why Ned Yost is giving him the ball. And what an honor, what a compliment in that American League bullpen to be the guy chosen to get the 9th inning.
6-3 is the score. Panik struck out in his only other plate appearance, takes a strike.
Well, it's so unique, Tom, because forever it was going to be who? Mariano Rivera. He's going to get that ball, right? Back-to-back years for Mr. Perkins.
And who's going to be the MVP? It could be Mike Trout, and if it is Mike Trout, realize that with his homer in the 1st inning now, in his 4 All-Star games, he has gone to hit for the cycle in his 1st plate appearance of the game. Panik fouls it away. National League is down to their final strike. He got the scoring started with a home run to right off Zach Greinke. He's hanging around until the end. He had 4 plate appearances tonight. He scored 3 runs.
So what are you saying? Walk Mike Trout the first at bat in an All-Star game if you're going to face him?
You got a better chance for having some luck. Here's a fly ball into left. That'll do it. AL wins it 6-3 here in Cincinnati. And the American League has secured home field advantage for the upcoming World Series. The team with a home field advantage has won 5 of the last 6 World Series. It didn't happen last year, with Kansas City losing at home in Game 7 to San Francisco, but in a 3-hour, 2-minute game with Mike Trout starting it with a home run into right. Way back in the 1st inning, Ned Yost is 1 for 1 as an All-Star game manager. He put the work in, he lined them up, and he gets a 6-3 win.
Yeah, this is a great game. I mean, great talent on the field, obviously. It was shown, but every player got in as well, and that's, you come to an All-Star game, you want to play. Very competitively played, Tom. They got them all in. They stuck to the script. We had some standouts tonight, too.
Well, starting with Mike Trout, the home run and beating out the double play ball to open up the tie-breaking runs. And Mike Trout made like Bo Jackson in the 1st inning. Mike Trout was born 2 years after Bo hit that home run in 1989.
David Price is the winner. Clayton Kershaw gets the loss. The only other time a Tiger winner and a Dodger loser in an All-Star game was 1949 at Ebbets Field in Brooklyn. Tiger Virgil Trucks beat Dodger Don Newcomb. And with that, we go down to the field and Aaron Andrews.
Joe, thanks so much. Here with Prince Fielder, 2 RBI on the night in your big return to the All-Star game after coming back from neck surgery. First, though, let's talk about that 5th inning against Clayton Kershaw, where the AL just able to jump on him, you helping out coming off the bench. Why? What did you guys see out of Kershaw?
Obviously, Kershaw is awesome, or you wouldn't be here, but I think we were just trying to be ready for the fastball and, ran into it.
That's it. Just that easy, right?
He's too good to be, trying to look for stuff. He's just too good, so you just got to react, I think.
Well, let's talk about how it was too good to see you back on this field tonight. We mentioned you were, I think your son said yesterday, in Jamaica last year during the All-Star game, recovering from neck surgery. How good did it feel to be back?
Oh, it was a lot of fun, especially to bring them here, because I think they forgot I actually played baseball. So to bring them here and, they actually believe that I'm still kind of good, so it's a good feeling.
Well, we remembered you, and we're glad to have you back. Thanks so much, Prince.
Thank you.
Kenny, over to you.
Thanks, Aaron.
Lorenzo, you had a single off Bumgarner, a 2-out RBI single off Kershaw, and you didn't have to face Chapman. How would you describe your night?
I would say it was a great night. Like I said, I got a few knocks early, found ways to get on and driving a few runs from the team. And like I said, fortunately, we came out with the win, so it was nice.
Now, you had 5 teammates here, your manager, your entire coaching staff. Right. I saw Ned embrace you after you came out of the game. What was it like having everybody with you?
It was awesome. I mean, entire coaching staff, my teammates, a lot of newcomers, first-timers like myself. So we all enjoyed it together, sat out here and soaked it all in, and just had a blast tonight. So definitely happy we got the win, and just got to move forward and get ready for the second half of the season.
Lorenzo, thanks a lot. Good luck.
All right.
Joe, back to you.
Yeah, part of the attack is Lorenzo Cain. His night 2 out of 3 with a single, an RBI double. And for the American League, the most runs they've scored in an All-Star game since 2005 when the AL won it 7-5 at Comerica. Tonight, a final of 6-3. The AL home field advantage. The American League wins it over the NL tonight in Cincinnati. All-Star post-game show on Fox is sponsored by Chevrolet. Final tonight, 6-3. The American League secures home field advantage for the upcoming World Series. David Price, the winner. Clayton Kershaw, the loser here tonight. We'll send you down to the field. Here's Aaron Andrews.
Joe Buck, thank you so much. Well, now the moment we've been waiting for, and some history, too, as right now I'll introduce the Commissioner of Major League Baseball, Mr. Rob Manfred, here to present the Ted Williams Most Valuable Player Award.
For the first time in the history of baseball, a player has won back-to-back MVP awards in the All-Star Game. Mike, it's my pleasure to present to you the Ted Williams All-Star Game MVP Award presented by Chevrolet.
And now, the U.S. Vice President of Chevrolet, Mr. Brian Sweeney, you have a very special gift for Mr. Trout.
I do. Mike, on behalf of Chevrolet and our 3,100 Chevrolet dealers across the United States, 2 years in a row, you get a choice. It's 2016 Chevy Camaro or our Midnight Edition Z71 Silverado. Your choice.
I'm going to have to go with the truck.
Truck it is.
So the truck it is. Mike, congratulations. Congratulations. Refresh our memory. What did you take last year?
I took the Corvette. Yeah, so choice between the Corvette or the truck, and I took the Corvette. So this year I'm going to take the truck.
And I was under the impression you gave it to your family members, but you told me you're still driving this. Now, who gets the car this time around? As your mom is standing right over here, by the way, no pressure.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I think I'll just drive it this time, just like the Corvette. But everybody's able to drive it when they want to. They can take it around for a spin anytime they want, but it's going to be fun.
They're laughing, but I see some very mean stares. Take us back to the beginning of the game. You lead off versus Zach Greinke. We all know you have played against him many times, but what was the key during that at-bat?
Yeah, no, just trying to get a pitch I can hit. I got the 2 strikes, try to barrel it, put a good swing on it, and it went over the fence. You know, it's this experience has been awesome. Fans been great, everything. You know, I had a blast.
You know, I was just talking to the commissioner and saying, this is your face. This is the face of Major League Baseball. I had guys like Todd Frazier in the dugout say, Mike Trout is the best player in Major League Baseball. Pitchers are saying they want to face you. At 23 years old, how do you put that into perspective?
It means a lot. You know, I try to respect the game as much as I can, play the game the right way, and just have fun. Never disrespect it, and just go out there and give it my all every day.
There is a stat that was going around on Twitter. We just put it up on our broadcast. Since you've led off in the All-Star game, you've hit for a cycle. Did you know this?
No, I didn't know that. That's pretty cool.
And another thing you don't know, Todd Frazier did tell me, since you are chartering back together to New Jersey, because you won this and a car, you're paying for the flight. Congratulations, Mike Trout.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for everything. Thanks, guys.
Joe, over to you.
All right, Aaron, thank you very much. The reigning MVP, and as we talked about, he is now the 5th multiple MVP in the history of the All-Star game. Names like Willie Mays, Steve Garvey, Gary Carter. That's the list that he is on. The other, Cal Ripken Jr. And now it's Mike Trout. Coming up after the break, we'll check in with the guys on the set. That means Kevin Burkhardt, the Big Hurt, and the guy in the red jacket, Pete Rose. How good is this kid? He's the MVP, 2nd year in a row in the All-Star game, the Midsummer Classic. The face of baseball, he can do it all. He proves it every time on the biggest stage, and he's done it in Cincinnati. AL wins at 6-3. Back after this.